So, Fashion All Day at QMUL. This is our program for today. So I'm going to give you a short welcome, which is what this is, and then I will give you an introduction to the LLM in Fashion Law, so the fashion program at QMUL. Then we have a Hot Topics panel with the faculty. So we have Dr. Daniele Dalbier here, and also Dr. Gail Evans and Dr. Sian Gordon-Wilson from the Business School, and we'll be chatting through issues. And I just realized we have not enough chairs. That's all right, I will stand. And we will be discussing hot topics before we break then for the first networking breakout session. So we have coffee break at 11:30, and upstairs there are brands which will be displaying, and also firms, and there's a faculty table so that you can find out a bit more about the program, people that you can ask questions of and get some assistance. Then when we come back, we have what is very special edition this year, which is the craft session. So what's happening there is I'm giving a taster lecture, and then we have a demonstration from Monica Yan of CQ London, and she'll be taking you through some traditional methods of making and talking through the relationship between these traditional methods and then bringing that to a contemporary audience. And then, of course, we have our networking lunch. After lunch, there's the big fashion quiz, which is back again after popular demand, a big hit last year. And then we've got a new panel, which is the social media and fashion law panel. So what we'll be talking about in this panel is we're talking to legal fashion law, so legal influencers with the Fashionably IP podcast. And also Neem London, which is a brand, a fashion brand, menswear, and it deals, it has a very strong mission around sustainability and around reaching a broader audience and sort of talking through different elements around its business model. So a kind of almost educational aspect, but through a very entertaining format. So they've got a really interesting social media strategy, and they'll be here to talk about that. And they'll be in conversation with the two reps from the LLM in Fashion Law. One of these reps is up the back there, so Lena's up the back, and Ilsa will be with us soon. And they will be talking to our guests, and they will also be talking a little bit about their own initiative, which is the Fashion Law LLM, which is their student-led Instagram account for the QMUL Fashion Law. And then another networking break. But the networking breaks are very important because you have a lot of time to ask lots of questions. There'll be a table where you can talk to all of the current fashion law students, and you can also talk to all of us and all the brands and so forth. Then we come back, we have the mentors. So we've got several mentors. Unfortunately, Thomas cannot join us because he had a wonderful adventure with Lufthansa. So he started at 7 o'clock in the morning with his first disappointment, which was your plane has been cancelled. But don't worry, we'll put you on a plane that evening. So that was yesterday. So he got on the plane that evening in good faith that he would indeed arrive. But they said, we're going to send you via Milan, but don't worry, you'll be coming here in time for Fashion Law Day, which was, of course, that was a big thing at the airport. And then, and then he got to Milan, and they said, oh, you know what, your other plane's been cancelled, but we'll give you a hotel, and we'll send you out in the morning. Don't worry, you'll have a plane in the morning, you'll be there for the afternoon panel. And then they said, no, there's nothing, but we can send you in the middle of the night tomorrow after your event's finished, and then fly you back the next day on your original flight. So kind of pointless. But he spent the last 2 days on planes to try to get here, and it was completely defeated by it. So very sadly, he won't be here. But we're very excited. Christiana Luizides from Sheridan's is going to be joining us. She's another one of our mentors, and she'll be joining us on the Mentors Careers panel. And then you get the chance to meet the cohort. So the cohort's going to run a student panel. You'll be able to ask them all of your questions. I will not influence their answers. And then we'll have our closing remarks and closing Q&A when you have any other outstanding questions before we go to networking and upstairs for some drinks, some well-earned drinks. So this is what our networking space looks like. So this is on the 3rd floor, and this is managed all day So there's someone in there all day. So if you want to go and do some work, or if you have any reason that you just want a quiet space to do something, you're absolutely welcome in here. And you'll be able to see the brands and the firms, and also there's assistance up there from Alexandra and colleagues all day. The other benefit of this year is that look for the blue ribbons. So everyone has a blue ribbon. You might have noticed the blue ribbon in Alexandra's hair. They are all QMUL Fashion Law Insiders, so they will be able to point you in the right direction. If they can't answer you themselves, they'll know where to send you. So there's a few in here right now. So there's Khan, there's Mark, there's Lena and Annie and Gail and Sian and Danielle. I've got your ribbon right here. Okay, so, and that is of course because Queen Mary Blue is in colour this year, and it is in colour, is in fashion this year. Right, so make some noise for Fashion Law Day. Look for the ribbons. These are the people that will be able to help you all day, including myself. And if you're on the socials, do be social with us. So we have quite a few different options. There's the Fashion Law LLM, which is the student-led account. There's I'm also on Instagram. The Film Fashion Forum is a dedicated discussion forum. It's creators led, so it hosts a regular series of roundtables. The Five Leaf Institute is the new home of the LLM in Fashion Law at QMUL, and that's the Institute for Law and Aesthetics. So it is home to the Fashion Law LLM. You can also follow the Institute for all the news and events and so forth on Instagram, and also on LinkedIn, of course. So these are the various places to go for help on LinkedIn, and feel free to connect if you want to connect and ask me any questions there. So to study the LLM in fashion law at QMUL. So it's the first, and it's still the only LLM in fashion law in the UK. And it's one of the most comprehensive fashion law programs in the world. We have a fantastic faculty, so we have experts from around the world when their planes leave. But we also have experts from around the world who are part of the faculty at QMUL. Everyone is also active in their fashion research. So they are active researchers and teachers of international standing in fashion law, fashion theory, and practice. We also benefit from some wonderful, the friendship and support of some wonderful industry collaborators. So every student on the program has an individual mentor. So you don't have to kind of apply for mentoring, and the mentors don't run out. Everybody gets a mentor. And this is important because it gives you have somebody that you can discuss careers questions and so forth outside also the faculty context. And so you have expert mentoring and expert careers advice. Every mentor is a senior fashion lawyer. So everybody is somebody who's a partner at a firm, has been in fashion law practice for many years. So it is somebody who can genuinely point you in the right direction, highlight different strategies, note different opportunities, and so forth. So you've got that ready-made network as soon as you arrive. And we also have luxury fashion houses collaborating with us on the program. I hope Belinda doesn't mind my pointing her out, but Belinda Slattery is here from Chanel, and we are delighted to have Chanel's support on the program. In fact, the origin story of the program really is this friendship with Chanel, because Cecile Calic is was Global IP Counsel at the time, and started chatting to me about, you know, what we really need. We really need an LLM in fashion law. And I said, well, you know, there's a lot to putting something like that together. We need to think about all the different resources. We need to plan this really carefully. And so I was talking to Cecile for I guess it actually ended up snowballing quite quickly. So by the time we got to the Chanel manifesto, we were really hitting some momentum at that point. And one of the things that Cecile always said to me was, what's really important about teaching fashion law, and I completely agree with her on this, is that it's not just about IP, it's not just about, and she was Global IP Counsel as well, so, you know, it's not just about IP as a blunt tool. We need to think also about how we think about fashion, and fashion as art, and how people participate in fashion. And so this is a really big part of the program, and I think it's something that we are especially committed to, and I think we do very well. And that is about pointing out how everybody is participating in the fashion system in different ways, and that relationship to fashion as art, and also how it relates to your own cultural expression, your cultural participation, how you take part in social life. So fashion has this really important dimension to it, and I think that is reflected in the program. So as part of that also, you do have the opportunity to apply for competitive placements with Chanel, so that no other LLM student can do that. Only the LLM in fashion law can apply for these. But they are competitive, so, but indeed it'd be a fantastic opportunity, and thank you to Chanel for that opportunity. So the location, of course, we are in London. So I was in the taxi this morning, and I was thinking, I can't remember what we were listening to on the radio, because you know how taxis have really interesting radio shows on. But I was thinking, there is something really special about London, about being in London. There's something about London that kind of brings so many different things together. And I think it's reflected very well when you think about fashion, because it is indeed one of the world's leading fashion capitals, but it's also where many of the major brands are headquartered, including Chanel. And so you're in the heart of legal London, but you're also close to where people experiment and play with fashion. You know, you can literally make a trip to Covent Garden as a research exercise. And we're in the heart of that, so you're kind of immersed in it from the beginning. And I think that's something that's very special about fashion law, is that you are kind of living with your subject matter all the time. And so we have, of course, West End, Oxford Street, and so forth. And the current cohort has been a fantastic group, I have to say. It's been a real privilege to work with them. But they've had a chance to visit studios and exhibitions and really take part of that in that, you know, fashion London life. So part of this also is, of course, this is part of your QMUL community. CCLS, which is where we are now, so the Centre for Commercial Law Studies is the graduate law school, and it's a hub for researchers. In fact, we have a visiting scholar with us right now, and it's you're part of that environment. So we have regular events, and those events are part of your LLM experience, because you're networking, you're meeting people, you're finding out the kind of people you should be working with. And so it's this really stimulating environment. And of course, I mentioned Five Leaf. So Five Leaf is the new Institute for Law and Aesthetics. And this is the home for fashion law at QMUL. So you can follow Five Leaf and you can take part in lots of the events. And when you join the LLM in fashion law, you're part of that institute. So we're initiating a reading group within that institute. We're in other events. The students have exclusive research assistant opportunities, and all of that is about giving you the richest, fullest experience as part of your study. And that, of course, then relates to employability, because one of the particular benefits of the LLM in fashion law mentoring scheme, as I said, is that you have the opportunity to apply for these competitive placements that we make exclusive to the LLM in fashion law. So that includes, of course, Chanel, but also the paid research assistant positions, and take part in various roundtables and other activities, so that you can contribute to the intellectual life and research in fashion, both within the Institute and within CCLS. And so you're very much part of this supportive environment, I think. I mean, we had our enterprise presentations last night, which was fantastic. So it was wonderful fashion enterprises presented by all the students on one of the modules. And I hope she doesn't mind my saying, but one of the fashion law LLMs said, this program has given me such confidence to talk about ideas and to talk about ways of looking at fashion and thinking about fashion. And I feel now that I'm able to go out and really hold my own when I talk about these things. And I think that's one of the nicest things that somebody can say about a program. So these are the details for Five Leaf, which is, of course, here. You can also email the Institute directly. And if you want, I believe, the QR code either attaches to the website or attaches to LinkedIn. I can't remember, but that gives you further details. and to the faculty. So that's me. I am the director of the LLM in Fashion Law. I'm also the director of the overall LLM program in CCLS. Laura Edgar, who's in interviews at the moment, she's interviewing for research assistants, but she will be here later today. I think she'll be joining us in the coffee break or at lunch. She is, as you can tell, a data protection and privacy lawyer. And she has also been teaching with me. She teaches on the program in a couple of modules. Vasiliki Kukulioti is a tax lawyer. So she is teaching tax and fashion. Daniele Dalvia is a lecturer in banking and finance, and so has been taking us through the very exciting world of mergers and acquisitions in fashion. Then Dr. Gail Evans, down the front here, is a reader in international trade and intellectual property law and an expert in geographical indications. So she has lectured to the students on
licensing now.
Oh, well, you've changed your title?
Yes.
Oh, I was not aware. I went from the website. You better update me.
No, I was trying to say because the book's coming out.
Oh, okay. So Gail is also an expert in licensing, and will be taking the students through with actually down the end there, Dr. Ashley Rowton, transactions and licensing, but I'll take you through the modules in a moment. Dr. Sian Gordon-Wilson up there from the School of Business and Management. So Sian does some really exciting research on consumer behaviour and sustainability and how consumers engage with sustainable decisions and that sort of connection at the point of consumption and purchase. And so that is of course very relevant to some of the work on the program. Dr. Thomas Farkas, who is our missing guest, he is visiting industry senior lecturer. So again, he's also involved in the transactions and licensing module, a great supporter of Fashion All Day, and also usually a big part of the Enterprise Week for the enterprises. And Dr. Ashley Rowton is a barrister, so he's a barrister of 30 years standing. He is also a teaching fellow. He teaches on the fashion enterprise, but he's also teaching on the fashion transactions and licensing. So how does your LLM, what does it look like? So there are 90, this is how the whole program is structured. It's 180 credits. So there are 90 credits that are compulsory. So these are the credits that you have to do. And this is fashion law and social justice, where, well, we'll explain how each looks in a moment. The fashion enterprise, ethics, business and law, and then 2 intellectual property modules, intellectual property and fashion, culture and art, and intellectual property and fashion, innovation and technology. Then you have a range of electives. Now you can split your electives up in any way, but however you do it, you must have at least 30 of the remaining 90 credits from these elective modules. So you have to do a dissertation or the 2 taught modules. Now you can decide, as indeed some of the current cohort has done, to do all of the fashion electives, which means instead of 60 credits free choice, you have 30 credits free choice, is just the difference there. And what the free choice means is that it can be anything outside your program. So you could decide to do a tax module, you could decide to do a criminal justice module, you could decide to do a film module. And so that's completely up to you and how you want to craft your LLM. So that's how the academic year looks. So in the first semester, you will have, and generally most students, including any part-time students, have done all of their compulsory. So the part-times usually do all their compulsories in the first year and then move into their electives for the second year. So everybody tends to do all of these together. And so that's the 2 IP modules and the fashion law and social justice module. Then in semester 2, you have this whole semester module, which is the fashion enterprise module. And you also have the option of your first elective, which is in the second half of semester 2. And at this point, if you're doing a dissertation, you'll get your dissertation supervisor allocated. Then your third semester, you have another elective option, which is fashion transactions and licensing. And if you're doing a dissertation, then this will count in your third semester. So the restriction is you can't do more than 45 credits in your third semester. So if you're doing the fashion law dissertation and the fashion law module, you wouldn't do any free choice in third semester. But, it's pretty, hopefully quite clear, but if you have any questions about the structure of the year, please call me aside and ask me, because I'm very happy to help. So taking you through the modules then. So fashion law and social justice. This is, as the title says, it's about how the fashion industry confronts issues in social justice, generates issues in social justice, and so forth. And these are issues that are reshaping the industry. So we go through a lot of different questions here. We look at representation and inclusion, pollution, globalization, which has an interesting dimension right through labor and supply chain and labeling and so forth, through to issues of equality and welfare. The value of this module is that you can explore these issues in some detail, and it's in seminar-based discussions, so there's a lot of opportunity to ask questions and to debate issues and so on. We also had a research roundtable with this as well. So as well as your weekly lectures, we had a research roundtable where we went through as a group the readings and we discussed the readings, and these were really fantastic because they also really help you with your research skills and your critical thinking skills. So these are just some of the topics, but cultural appropriation, obviously, cultural participation, freedom of expression, fashion as a political communication, so the use of fashion in protest and fashion activism, climate justice, labour and human rights, and of course also the impact of artificial intelligence. So we look at this in the context of advertising and beauty ideals, beauty norms, and also in the context of creativity and production and so on. So it's a really, I mean, I really enjoyed this module. I had a fantastic semester and it was really, every week we come up with fantastic discussions and you'd leave thinking, oh yeah, that's something I hadn't thought about before. Now the other 30 credit module, compulsory, is the second semester module, which is Fashion Enterprise, Ethics, Business and Law, and this is the one we just had our enterprise presentations for. So in this one, you work in groups, so you create a fashion business basically, and you work in groups to look at questions of commercial fashion practice. And you do that through the breadth of fashion and business, sociology and law, so you a range of different skills. So it's a scenario-based learning. You're mentored, so as well as the 3-hour lecture every week, you get a 2-hour mentoring. So you're mentored in your groups, and you're assisted through your project development. You learn about timekeeping and managing and delegating and basic skills in project management and so on. It's a really useful exercise because, sorry, I just realized how high this is. It's a really useful exercise because it gives you skills that are actually very difficult to get in an LLM. It's unusual to leave an LLM with genuine project management experience. And so you've got that. It's a very good showing of the cohort emerging up the back there. You've got that, you can talk about that either in interviews or it's something that you take forward in your experience. And I have had students come to me in the past when this was in its first incarnation before the LLM and said, this was great because I was able to talk about my project in my interview and it was very relevant. They were very excited to hear about the sorts of things we were doing. So you go through a whole range of different things. You go through trademark strategy and you look at how to devise a trademark and anticipate risks and oppositions. You look at ethics, and ethical questions in equality and discrimination, in welfare and sustainability, animal welfare and sustainability, and of course the use of AI. You have experience in policy development and drafting. You develop skills also in business communication because at the end, it's not assessed, but you have a chance to present to a panel of investors. And the value of this is that you get that feedback in a sort of commercial setting but you're not assessed on it. So it's a feedback exercise. You can build on it. You don't have to stress about, is this going to get, but then you apply it to your assessment when you prepare it. So your assessment is a legal advice essay. So you also get a kind of an overview. So the advantage of this module also is that other students can participate. So you're on the LLM in fashion law, say, but you'll also be joined by students from the business school who are on the Masters in Creative Industries and Arts Organizations Management. I hope I got that title right. And so there's a very, I mean, we saw some really interesting interactions because you had people with business strategy and business skills. We had people from advertising also working with the people in fashion. So it gave people real life experience about what matters from the perspective of advertising and how to kind of reconcile that and cope with that from a legal perspective and really benefiting from each other. And of course, then you get a range of lectures here on e-commerce and agentic consumers, on consumer protection and privacy, tax, finance. So you're really getting a great overview of a commercial environment and the sort of commercial environment that you would necessarily be operating in with any particular fashion enterprise. Then intellectual property and fashion, culture and art. So this is the first of the 2 IP modules. So this one focuses on mainly on copyright, design and some trademarks, looking at trademarks as kind of forms of creative expression. And so it's really concerned with issues, very difficult issues, if you like, for IP and for law, around taste and culture and style. And so the interaction between fashion and art. And this is very, very important to think about. And hopefully we'll bring out some of these issues today also in the craft session. But we'll also be looking at performers because, of course, fashion shows are another really important expression of fashion. And we'll look at the rights of models as performers, the protection of shows as copyright works. We'll be looking at a range of different issues and strategies. And of course, the impact of AI and the transition of creativity, if you like, into virtual environments and how you protect intellectual property across different sorts of worlds. And so we, of course, as a result, necessarily be thinking about questions around freedom of expression and different types of creative expression. So traditional cultural expressions, and collaborative and creative work, and the role of the consumer in that creative environment as well. So it's a really interesting module. I hope the students enjoy it. I always enjoy it. And again, we're joined by art law students. We're joined by students from other sort of from IP. And so there's again a rich discussion in the classroom. Now, the other side of things is intellectual property and fashion, innovation and technology. And one of the things that I felt was kind of missing when I looked at fashion programs all around the world is this inattention to so-called industrial intellectual property and this kind of relegation of fashion as somehow just about how things look and not thinking about the really incredible role fashion has had as an innovative industry and the contributions fashion has made over many decades to innovation in other industries. And so it was really important that we address this comprehensively and credibly. And so we determined that we needed a dedicated module about these questions around textile innovation, patents in fashion, looking at trade secrets in fashion, which is of course a huge area in fashion, looking at trademarks as potential tools in innovation strategies. And so this is what this module looks at. And again, of course, we look at design again in this module. So there's a kind of we reflect upon what we've done in relation to art, and we look at it in this technical context as well. And this is very relevant, of course, when looking at the opportunities and challenges in virtual environments. And in this module, again, we also look at geographical indications. So Gail looks at geographical indications because this is part of that production environment. So geographical indications reflect a kind of traditional know-how, and that is the subject matter of this module, is thinking widely about what does innovation look like? What does this methods of production, different methods of production and diversity look like? Then in second semester, sustainability and law, fashion sustainability and law. We've just finished this module, and it's a brand new module, first time this year, and I absolutely loved it. It has a unusual structure, if you like. So each week the students would prepare reflective exercises coming into class about their own relationships to sustainability and sustainable consumption, and we would then in the class, in the plenary, discuss these reflections, reflect upon our reflections. So in addition to the substantive lecture material, each week everybody would be reflecting on what they're doing, including the lecturers. And the assessment for the module is it's a reflective portfolio. So it's very creative exercise, but it's a critical reflection. So thinking about what has changed, what have I changed, what is necessary, and taking those arts and humanities research methods then into a policy context. So, but it's been a fantastic module. I hope the students felt the same, because every week I thought I would leave with new insight and new ideas. And I thought this is such a great group of students. So we go through, obviously, the substantive material. We look at ESG and corporate social responsibility. We look at the concepts of slow and fast fashion, circularity, obviously greenwashing, consumer protection. So we kind of start with the issues, then we look through to the kind of corporate behavior and corporate responsibility, and then finish up with consumer and behavior, consumer responsibility. There's an interaction between these clearly, but it's to kind of give a sort of map of the different types of input, including, of course, regulatory input, which is kind of the landscape that we start with. So that's a very exciting module. And then the current students are about to embark in June on fashion transactions and licensing. So this module takes them through in detail drafting and analysis of commercial agreements in fashion, analyzing clauses, drafting clauses, some client-facing exercises, analyzing and also looking at manufacturing agreements, looking at how you deploy contractual mechanisms as part of your brand strategy. So it's kind of bringing everything together then in that commercial context, and of course the really all-important client-facing exercises. And then you can also do a dissertation. So this is an independent research project, obviously in any area of fashion law. It has to be in fashion law, obviously. It's a fashion law dissertation, but it can be in any area of fashion law, as long as it's within that field. So it doesn't have to be IP. It could be labor law. It could be finance. It could be tax. I mean, it could be a socio-legal analysis. So there's all sorts of different ways to approach the dissertation. Any questions on any of the modules before we move to eligibility? There'll be a Q&A at the end as well. I mean, at the end of the day. But if you have any questions now that you want to raise? No? So these are the eligibility. Sorry?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I missed the front row.
No worries. I'm just wondering about the dissertation. Is that like a part of the LLM program, or is that something that you personally subject?
It's part of the program. It's an elective. It's an elective 30 credits.
All right.
So it's 10,000 words, and it's one of the elective modules. Yeah, it counts in semester C though. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
I have a question regarding kind of like the engagement within the law aspect of fashion law. So is it more just an acknowledgement of like the legal and regulatory frameworks, or do you go deeper into it? How much you actually engage with law?
I mean, I'm not sure if I understand it correctly, but I mean the whole program is looking at various different aspects of law. So I mean, very much, I mean, a lot of detail in IP, we finance, tax, but tax is a huge part of fashion. Data protection is also another big area. But if I understand you, so what, I'm not sure I completely understand the question, but certainly you're engaging with law all the time. It's not fashion studies, but we but clearly and importantly, you contextualize the law and you have a clear and expert understanding of your industry. And I think that's really key, because you can't really apply any of these regulatory frameworks or, you know, IP rules or anything as a blunt instrument. You have to think commercially all the time. And I guess the one that the module that's most kind of socio-legal or exploratory would be the social justice module, obviously, because then you're really thinking widely about current political and social issues in fashion, and largely in a human rights context, but interactions with various areas of law, particularly labour law, but labour law and human rights, obviously very close. Labour law made human rights, if you like. But advertising regulation and so forth, but also social behaviour in relation to what people see, how people engage with social media. So it's quite comprehensive in that respect. Does that answer? Okay, good. Okay, so you need an upper second class. Oh, sorry. Where did I? Was there a question?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just trying to understand like how much of film and media and cinema is like incorporated into the LLM module.
So there are film modules, but they're not fashion law modules. You can do film as an elective. There's not really, there's not really film, and there's reputation management in the enterprise module, which is media law. The only sort of film that we might deal with is fashion films and performance in relation to shows and fashion films. But film is a separate module. Yeah. That's okay. But you can do it. And in fact, a few of the LLMs are doing film. They're sitting up the back. Oh, you haven't got remind me to give you your blue ribbons. They might be able to talk you through those modules as well. So as electives, so they're doing them as electives. No problem. So any others? I'm sorry, I'm really bad at, obviously I should never be an auctioneer because I would not sell anything. Okay, so upper second class honours, in law or in a relevant degree. What is really important about the fashion law program is that we are a really diverse cohort, and we look at qualifications from outside law. So we have people who are coming from the industry, haven't done a law degree, might have done a marketing degree, might have done an arts degree, but they've got that relevant perspective and that relevant experience. And also, even without that experience, there are lots of degrees that are going to be relevant to the fashion law degree. So we do have people with fashion degrees coming and doing the LLM straight from the fashion degree. So if you have any questions about that and about your own personal eligibility, just come and chat to me. But yeah, don't be put off and think that this is only for law LLBs. It's not. It really isn't. And the current cohort is also an example of that. Now, if you have a 2-2, don't despair, because that may also be considered. There are all sorts of things that are relevant here. So you may have other qualifications, legal or other fashion industry experience or what have you. So any kind of work experience that is relevant will be taken into account if you don't have upper second. And also, you know, important part of the application is, of course, things like your personal statement and aspects like that. So again, please come and talk to me if you have any questions about that. Language skills, these are the language skills. You can find out more information here. If you studied in a, if you have one of the qualifying institutions and you've studied in English, then you don't need to worry about IELTS and so forth, but you need to talk to admissions because that's definitely beyond me. I won't know much about what to do about that, but I can point you in the right direction. And of course you have your fashion law community. So the careers roundtables, networking events, there's stuff happening all the time. There's stuff happening in London all the time. The Film Fashion Forum is also part of the Five Leaf Institute. So again, lots of activities going on. You can get involved. And of course you have this wonderful faculty and all of the brands and so forth that are all part of fashion law, the fashion law community at CCLS. So the key contacts, I really hope my QR codes worked. But this is you can all my contacts, so you can connect to me. You can email me. You can also email CCLS Fashion at QMUL. Then there's also the postgrad law office, the School of Law. But again, I can answer quite quickly. If you have a question about applying or eligibility or anything like that, I can help you. And then a few groups on the right there. There's a fashion law group on LinkedIn as well. So if you look for CCLS Fashion Law, you can join that. And there's current students on there. There's alumni. There's all sorts of people on there who might be able to give you advice and help you with your progression. So if there are no questions, are there any other questions? We can proceed straight to our Hot Topics panel. So I'm really excited because Danielle is here, Gail is here, Sian is here. I will stand. So we're going to move to here, Gail, and do the Hot Topics. So, but if there are any questions while we're setting up? Any others? No? Answered lots of questions? So this is a chance to meet some of the faculty. And they're going to talk through, we're just going to chat about what are important issues facing fashion right now and the kinds of things that are sparking their interest. So I'll wait for everyone to get settled. So Daniele, of course, Daniele teaches on the enterprise module. Sian teaches on the sustainability module, and Gail teaches on IP and fashion innovation technology with me, and also fashion transactions and licensing with Ashley, and I should say I also teach on the enterprise and sustainability. You'll see a lot of me. Okay, so maybe if I start with you, Daniele, because I know we've had some fantastic chats and there's so many exciting things happening in fashion mergers and acquisitions, and what do you think are the big challenges ahead for finance and fashion?
Yes, thank you. I think it is a very exciting moment because mergers and acquisitions, we do have different trends. So one of the main trends, maybe you know myself, I'm an author, so I am one of the experts of special purpose acquisition companies. So they are basically investment vehicles that they are listed on financial markets, and they look for target companies. Among those years, especially 2020, 2021, 2022, they emerged as a trend in Wall Street, and it was very interesting to see that they focused sometimes, different times, on fashion companies. So, for example, I am Italian also, so if I think about Zegna as a fashion company, today it's listed in Milan. It's also in New York. It's listed in New York. It was merged with a SPAC in 2021. Then in 2022 we had also Leading Group, that is another group in fashion, that merged also with a SPAC. So what we see is that essentially there is a conglomerate merger trend in fashion. This kind of conglomerate company, that is the holding company at the top, is going then to supersede all the others at the bottom. And that is creating value through mergers and acquisition. So mergers and acquisition is a way to create value in fashion companies. And the last trend, as you probably know, is the acquisition of Prada of Versace. So very recent, recent years, I think it was last year. So this is one of the main trends. Among those trends, I think in fashion we see always more the problem that is a traditional problem in mergers and acquisition valuation. So how we can make a good valuation of assets. Among those assets, I think about intellectual property, and so, for example, the brand. And the brand actually is in fashion companies another very hot topic. Not only because it's the basis for valuation in mergers and acquisition during the transactions. So this is one of the main use of the brand. So to, at the end of the day, arrive to the equity value, so the price, the consideration price that one company pays to the other, but also the ways as the IP right of the brand can be tokenized, for example, can be used as a digital asset, can be used also as a collateral for financing. So there is something that, I mean, is beyond the same recognition of a brand or IP right in a normal traditional company that doesn't operate in fashion. Yes.
So we had some sound issues, so I'm just reassuring the people online. Okay. I mean, we had a really interesting discussion about the acquisition of Versace by Prada. What do you think, what's the impact of something like this on the Prada brand? Because while they're both Italian, they're quite distinctive. Is that important, or is that, I mean,
yes.
Is it important to be distinctive rather than similar? Like when you think about the whole.
Yes, I think, I mean, every company in fashion has its own identity. So essentially, in this case of Prada Versace, the identity of the brand was very different, and they needed to be in some way very creative to come up with a new structure. In this new structure, one point that is very important always in mergers and acquisition is the key employee retention agreement. So, for example, they used, in that case, ancillary agreements in order to retain Donatella Versace as a creative director, so that in some way the identity of the two companies could be merged in some way or not lost during the process. So I think in fashion companies, if we think about mergers and acquisition, sometimes we know ancillary agreements, we don't need all of them in a normal transaction. In mergers and acquisition within the fashion industry, probably the importance of ancillary agreements is even more prominent.
I think that's a really good point, because there was sort of like people were, at least consumers and the sort of popular press, if you like, or bloggers were going, how is this going to work? What, you know, Versace is so different from the kind of anti-trend and the quiet luxury, if you like, of, for want of a better word, of Prada, and then Versace being that kind of showy flamboyance. But in some ways, it's that complete distinction that actually facilitates the acquisition, doesn't it?
Yes, yes, exactly. In some way, can create synergy.
Exactly,
yes.
Exactly. And so, kind of speaking of consumers, maybe that's a good place to bring Sian in, because how consumers kind of engage and interact with brands. You've seen some really interesting responses in the context of sustainability decisions. How important is branding as part of getting students to act, students, getting consumers to act sustainably?
I think basically the brand is the priority. It takes the first position. So I think it tends to lead with the brands, with the brands, and then other decisions tend to, unfortunately, follow afterwards. And when you were talking about what are the hot topics, I think for me, it's definitely about the Gen Z, and why are Gen Z not shopping sustainably when they know about sustainable fashion? Why are the likes of Shein and Temu, why are they so popular and they're growing and growing? And I think that this is also about the brand. It's connected to the brand as well, because obviously for those brands, they're representing cheap, discount, fast fashion. And although they've become acceptable now within society and among consumers, and I think as a result of that, we all know as consumers that we should be shopping more responsibly, and it's all about durability and long lasting, and not just for that one outfit. So why are us as consumers not thinking about that when we're making this purchase? So there's something within that, and I think a lot of it is fueled online. I'm currently doing some research which is looking at Gen Z and their unsustainable shopping online, and a lot of them are saying, we know about this, we know we have food, for example, in the fridge, and why are we always going through Uber Eats? We know this, we know we've got to throw food away, but it's just about that convenience. It's all about this this kind of mole licensing. So I think this is also the case within fashion as well. You've got that event, for example, and rather than maybe going through your cupboards and wardrobes trying to find something that you can maybe upcycle a bit or change it slightly, it's like, oh, it's just really quick to just go through these sites like the Shein, because obviously all the AI knows what you're looking for, and you've got all this so much temptation, that's this whirlwind of temptation that's just at your forefront, and you know, sometimes you just can't help yourself. It's just easier, more convenient to go with that option than to try and think, what do I have and how can I change this? So again, it all goes back to the brand. This is what the brand has built. This is the brand, what the brand stands for. And yeah, it's all about the brand. So I'd say, yes, brand utmost in marketing. It always has been about the brand. You can have two identical products. I had to laugh when I saw recently about this yellow plastic bag. And how much this was selling for. What was the brand beginning with B? I can't think. Valencia. This yellow plastic bag, which was selling for over £1,000. Okay.
I mean, that's interesting, because that's there. You've got almost the opposite of what you're talking about, because there you've got a very expensive product.
Yes.
Which is basically saying, let's be honest, you're engaging with the brand. And what we're talking to you about is the experience with the brand, and we're going to make a bag that looks like an IKEA bag.
Yes.
And you're going to carry it ironically because you're inside with us as the brand.
As the brand. It's all about the brand.
On the other hand, then you've got a brand that people are not going to admit to, and are going to say, I feel embarrassed to say, like in some of our reflective exercise, but yeah, I didn't. Someone else did. Yeah. They said they went to Shein to get an outfit for Valentine's Day.
Yes.
And they said, and I feel really bad about this.
Yeah. And they knew it wasn't right.
So
but
there
it was
the price and kind of let's hide the brand.
Yeah.
So what I mean, is it there's clearly something quite distinctive going on between the relationship between the consumer and luxury.
Yes.
And there's almost this narrative with luxury, which is the Balenciaga example, that you don't have with fast fashion.
Yes.
Is the narrative actually, I mean, it's just about, is it a social media fueled kind of consumption cycle?
I think part of it with the Balenciaga is as well, because they've also got that ripped t-shirt as well. And anybody can do that ripped t-shirt. So
you sound like somebody who's just walked into Tate Modern and said, my kid could be that.
So if you think traditionally, luxury was all about the craftsmanship, how long it takes. It was all about the expertise. It was all about the quality. And what this has shown is it's not necessarily about that. It is about the brand, because if you could put a brand to anything, even if it's poor quality, it will sell. Okay, so these are examples of how important building that brand is. But brands can evolve. They don't just have to stay where they are. Balenciaga have shown if they can represent this, just imagine what they could do in terms of sustainability. I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah. So I guess moving on to crafts, the sort of quality of that of craft and skill is a good place to sort of introduce Gail's work on craft and geographical indications. So Gail, there's a really interesting relationship between sustainability and GIs. And to what extent does that craft and that local knowledge actually contribute to a relationship of luxury through sustainability, or sustainability through luxury?
Well, with geographical...
Oh, you need the mic.
Oh, okay. With geographical indications, it goes to the heart of the matter, because unlike the trademark, which is based on the particular commercial origin, Balenciaga, for instance, Gucci, whatever the commercial origin, the geographical indication is all about the linkage between the product and the place. We can go right back to the Middle Ages and lace from Bruges, for example. And now in the European Union, not in the UK, we have geographical indications protection for craft. Strangely enough, they added industrial products, because, as I found out when I went to the Shetland Islands to explore the hand-knitted clothing, many of the craft products will be finished by industrial machinery. So, once again, to answer your question, it's because with the geographical indication as legally defined, the linkage is between the product and the place. So that enables the sustainability of that intergenerational knowledge. Because when you apply for a geographical indication, you have to explain what is the linkage between the product and place. How has this come about? And of course, reputational factors are very important there. And speaking of reputation, when Daniele was, your question to Daniele about what with the takeover, you know, if X takes over Y and X has a very different brand image, it comes back, because that's our thinking, isn't it, always IP, to the image of the trademark. So if you take over a company and also its trademarks, you buy its trademarks as well, it is in your interests as the new owner to maintain the image. So it's a bit like politicians. They're not going to make any radical changes at the start. If they do move on the image, it will be done so very gradually. So you ask about the hot topics.
I was going to ask you a question on what you were saying.
No, please.
Because so your hot topics is what I'm interested in. Only yours, Gail.
Oh, no.
But
okay.
what I'm interested in asking you is, so if we have something like now Harris Tweed's obviously not a GI. It's got its own Act of Parliament, but it's the same process. It's the same principles underpinning it. What I think is interesting about Harris Tweed is there you do have the link between place, but the manner of production. So then you have the textile in circulation. So you have what may well be a sustainable and luxury textile, but then what happens with production afterwards? So Harris Tweed introduces an interesting question, because you might look to an article and a garment and go, that's fantastic, it's Harris Tweed, and you're going to, and I know I do, and you're going to purchase it on the basis that it is that tweed. But then what's the relationship with the manufacturing?
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is that Harris Tweed, I've been there because it is the only, might say, craft product protected in the UK with its own act. And the image, they had to change the image, the fashion image. So image is important, both to GIs and trademarks. GIs, in a way, come with their own built-in image. You know, we think of prosciutto di Parma. I mean, it's known throughout the world because, you know, the problem is a double-edged sword, because France and Italy, as countries, and some of the places like Milan, become so famous that everybody wants to honey up to those names, and they lose their exclusivity. However, with the Harris Tweed, of course, going back years, it used to be associated with elderly country ladies, Miss Marples and so on. But they thought, well, this is no good. How are we going to give this a more hip image? Now, if you go to the website for Harris Tweed, which is the Isle of Harris of Scotland, you will now see that it, several years ago, that had a complete makeover. And they were emphasizing the natural production, not industrial. They were saying from the get-go, we have individual natural production, the dyeing, the whole process. No time to go into it. But
it does allow for blends now, though, which is controversial. But yeah.
Yes, and the thing is that they will try to, of course, it's natural that they will try for additional commercialization because it's all about increasing your markets. But
there is an interesting trademark anecdote with Harris Tweed,
yes, well,
because of course,
yes.
So in the 80s, Vivienne Westwood embraced Harris Tweed, took it to the runway, and created this whole new reputation.
Yes.
And at the same time, kind of co-opted the orb. So Harris Tweed, they refer to themselves as guardians of the orb. And if you look at the Vivienne Westwood trademark of that orb, and so it almost landed in a dispute, but like all good disputes, it ended in more of a collaboration.
Yes.
So they said, continue with the orb. We thank you for delivering us into relevance.
Oh yes, the best thing is to make peace, and there's the coexistence agreement. That's no doubt they came to some sort of settlement the best way. But I want to congratulate you on the entrepreneurship. And dipping into this book, which I've only just received, you can see hot topics. There are plenty of topics. And to give you an idea of the different aspects, Joe has already done that. Apart from intellectual property, we have the cultural, economic, and social issues, and not forgetting the technological issues, AI, NFTs, and so on. So there is plenty to read and research in fashion now. And actually, quoting another one of our lot has an article there, Uma, and she and Maria conclude their article on design by actually pointing to this sort of institute that you have created to say that the way fashion goes into IP, or IP law into fashion, is to create just this sort of interaction between the fashion industry and the IP lawyers. Can I just have a quick word from my own book?
Oh, definitely.
That's well, I did start with trade, but trade didn't seem to be going anywhere. So then I changed to geographical indications and the commercialization of IP, which wasn't going anywhere for different reasons, because it's not taught in law school. So I thought, well, I saw an opportunity, as we do. So I have a book coming out this year on, IP licensing. But the relevance is that the chapters, although they take you through the subject matter of IP licensing, they are touching fashion law issues in every aspect. So be it copyright or trademark, I agree, extremely important. And then also the competition law aspects, not forgetting monopoly competition law aspects as well. So IP licensing, that's probably why Joe asked me to speak about fashion in the fashion transactions course, and I'm going to talk about upcycling. Now, Joe has already mentioned, also panelists, the idea of upcycling. And yes, it's quite easy to end up head-to-head with a trademark owner, and possibly in the future with a group of GI owners. And of course, the agreement is the way out, as we were saying. Now, do you want to ask me anything else, or I think I've spoken for long enough?
Well, I was going to say on the upcycling question, there's another interesting anecdote, and since Belinda is here, she's going to appreciate this, because I don't know whether or not, but you can Google Travis Kelce and just look at his shirt. You know the one I mean? The one made from scarves? Yeah. There's one to look up on the way to coffee. But I think what's important about this discussion also is that fashion law is very interdisciplinary. I think that needs to be emphasized more. It is not just IP. IP is the subject matter that we're dealing with within fashion, because like any other industry, it's dealing with its own intellectual property. But there's so much more at stake when it comes to data protection and privacy, the social justice issues we went through, competition. I mean, Ashley is very sad that he couldn't be here today. He's actually in court, but he leads on the competition aspects in the program. So that is something that's really, really important to kind of immerse yourself in and open yourself to. And we had a wonderful careers panel here that I'm sorry, Belinda, I'm going to point to again, but Belinda was on this, and it's one of the things that you said, and you said, be open to all of these different perspectives, and be curious. And it's the perfect way of summing up how you should approach a fashion career. You need to be open to the different ways of looking at things and kind of take down any ways of just looking through IP. Consider it from other perspectives, because that also makes you a better IP lawyer. Looking at it from the perspective of the consumer, looking at it from a business perspective, thinking about what matters to your consumers and what is there, what kind of interests are you taking from your consumers or your collaborators, who's getting to keep all the data. All of these kinds of questions are part of what you do in a day-to-day with fashion. Real estate is another interesting one. Real estate can be part of your marketing budget, because you might have a loss-leading flagship store, but if you didn't have that store, who are you? So you've got to think about how all of these things interact. And that's why I'm always very excited to hear from in-house, because there people are living and working for a brand, and they're living and working for that fashion house, and they appreciate this perspective. And I think that they're invaluable when you're kind of thinking about that, when you want that sort of careers advice and that careers perspective. And it's also a fantastic opportunity. Like, to work in-house is amazing, because you have that commitment and that affinity with your client all the time. You are almost your client. And I think that this is brought together really well with this panel, because we've got very different perspectives here. We've got finance law, we've got consumer behavior and marketing, and IP. And you can see how, even in that one brief discussion and that one interaction, how much these things interact, and why you need to be talking to colleagues and thinking with other colleagues. But I guess I'd like to hand over to the panel for sort of a final kind of summing up of what you think we should be thinking about as we go in, and what's important for fashion lawyers. What's the next thing to be thinking about?
I think, it depends where you want to work, because I think in fashion companies, then within the department of legal department, you can maybe be someone more focused on fashion and so on the brand, IP rights, or more transactional lawyer. If you want to go in that other side, of course, you need also other side experiences. So maybe in that case, I would advise you maybe to start with something that is more traditional within M&A, to then join teams within specific in-house companies in fashion. But generally saying, if you work in-house, you have a big advantage that you can actually oversee and work directly in all those sectors. So maybe you gain also more experience. So that is something that then will be up to you, but I think it's always a very nice sector, that is going to grow. So I think it's the right moment to take this decision to undertake this master, especially with my excellent colleague, Johanna.
You can see why we're pals.
When we're talking about law, I really can't.
No, you don't have to talk about law. No,
but okay,
fashion, futures.
Well, I think that, it's, first of all, I want to say this is a great master's program. I think in terms of the close contacts with the different brands and firms around. I think it's pretty unique. Even though I'm based in the business school, finance do have that with PwC, but that's about it. So I think, you know, Joe's worked really well, and it's all about what you want to do from here onwards, and having those mentors who are working there and having that content. I think it's first class. So that's from an outsider's perspective coming in. I also think as well, for me, it's not just to think about wherever you go, it's not just about, think about how it impacts on the wider stakeholders as well. I think it's really important to not just think of you working in silo and in your own individual sphere. And I think the whole commerciality or the impact, societal impact, that any decisions make from all different perspectives are really quite key. And I think if you can take that approach and look at these different perspectives, I think it will help to differentiate you from your peers.
I don't have very much to add other than follow your star, you know, if you're a student, because you will excel in what you like. And you obviously are interested in fashion, and there are so many aspects to fashion. So follow your star with a dream and you know, you have your aspiration, but you're also practical. And so I think trademarks, because, and also geographical indications, because suddenly an email arrives from WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. They have some international project to do with geographical indications. So yes, with intellectual property certainly is a key area. So you can do both the practical aspect, and then you can have your aspirational. But it's very important that you follow that inner star.
Yeah.
So.
And I think something that sums up why I'm using, I don't know. I think something that sums up what everyone has been saying is that you also have the support. So once you leave, you're still part of the community, and so you've always got that support coming back, and you're part of. We've got this extensive alumni network, and I think Gail's point is very important, and is that you've got people supporting you, backing you, and you can come back in and talk and meet others and keep up with your colleagues, and that's a really big part of when you finish. You're not working in a silo, you're not working alone, you're part of what we hope is, what we're building is a really fantastic fashionable community. So are there any questions for the panel? Otherwise, we are able to go up to coffee. Oh, sorry, question. Oh, let me give you this. If I can turn it on. Seems to be, yeah, there it is. Sorry.
Hi, my name's Rumbi. Essentially, I think earlier you mentioned that consumers display this behavior that's like not aligned with what they're demanding from businesses publicly. But how much of like the macro like factors are actually factored into like the research when you're doing that kind of like consumer analysis? Don't know if that makes sense.
Not enough, I think. It's funny because I took a lecture, I can't remember, it was a workshop about a week or 2 weeks ago, and I said, whose responsibility is it? So this is what maps onto it. Is it just down to us as consumers? But obviously the systems need to be in place for us to shop more sustainably.
Oh, I just realised we're not, sorry, Mike. I need help. I need help from the helpers.
So 100% what you're saying is down to all the different levels. That's why I said in terms of the future, it's not just about you in silo, it's all the different stakeholders who all need to work together. If maybe Shein, for example, was taxed so heavily that they couldn't sell things so cheap, so the prices went up, then maybe they wouldn't be in the advantage that they are in. Likewise, for more sustainable brands, if they were if they didn't have business tax, for example, or they had relief from other taxes, so they were made more affordable, then that might help as well. So yeah, I think government is a big part of it, but also businesses, firms, and the consumers as well. I think it's a joint, combined effort, and that's the only way that progress will be made. It has to be working in conjunction with each other for that to help. But 200%, the governments need to put these systems in place to make it more attractive, and likewise to put off those that are less attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and it's something that we talked about, isn't it? Because you kind of need that coherent approach, and you can't just say it's the consumer's responsibility, and you can't just say it's the brand's responsibility, because then you've only got a certain number of brands leading, and then other brands will do whatever because they can still rely on this market. So it does have to be this kind of joined up approach for sure. Any other questions? Yeah, I'm glad you're there.
Thank you. I had a question more around like mergers and acquisitions, and it's more of like for the acquirer, like what sort of creative liberties can you take? What sort of creative rights do you have now that you have? Or is it more of like you just have more dominion over the financial aspect? But I'm basically trying to understand, like, you know, because let's say something like Versace and Prada coming together, that is so massive. So how does it affect like creative rights and liberties that way?
Yes, I mean that as always in mergers and acquisition, it is all based on contract law. So there, for sure, in the specific case of Prada Versace, they enter into a memorandum of understanding, a letter of intent, and then specific side agreements that are ancillary agreements in order to regulate all those transactions and aspects. So that in some way then each transaction is evaluated on its own. So can happen that, as I said, the ancillary agreements, they are not essential agreements. So maybe you might need more to create synergies in that kind of context, but maybe you don't need in other kind of acquisition. Also, it depends also on the final product, because if there is an acquisition or merger, the final company can be a new entity, so can truly merge the two identities. Or other times maybe it can be Prada that is going over to overtake Versace, and so that is an absorption. Other times is a reverse takeover. So it depends on how you structure the transaction. And so what is then the final entity that will stand? The final entity that will stand can even be a new entity. Being a new entity, maybe in that case you can even think to create a new identity of the brand. So it is all based on negotiations. In fact, once we are also in class, we say we cannot give a universal answer, because that is based on facts. It's based really on the transaction. Each transaction is different, but what we teach here is all the tools that you can use in order to, in some way, make up your transaction in the best way possible.
Any other questions? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, with that, I just want to thank the speakers and for fantastic panels. Thank you so much. Okay. So Monica is actually upstairs still, because she had some people very interested in her art. So she's going to be coming down in a moment to join us. She'll be doing the second half of this craft session. So the first half will be a taster lecture from me. So I will get started. So I'm going to be looking at the current shape of things in fashion. So really this relationship between fashion, craft and art. And I'm drawing on an article I've written recently to do this, but I'm going to present hopefully something a bit more interesting than just a very long article. I'm going to be trying to tell you a story around this relationship between craft and fashion. So this question of the current shape of things is an interesting one, because in the shape of is something that the Court of Justice itself has spoken about when it comes to understanding how fashion relates to other fashions. So how works, how craft, how design relates to other works of a similar relationship. So this is the question of the statement, the phrase that came out in the decision in Mio and Connectra. Now, this is a decision that copyright people are very interested in, very excited about, following very closely. There's a few interesting things that come out of this decision that are very relevant to this question of craft. And that is because it's a decision that's concerned with the question of applied arts. Now, the history of applied arts and the relationship between craft and art is an interesting one, and it's one that fashion has had a lot to do with, and it's one that intellectual property has had a lot to do with. Why we even have this thing we call craft in the way we understand it today. Now, in Mio and Connectra, the judgment talked a lot about this notion of intentionality. And it was very careful to say, of course, these kinds of things are not determinative. Copyright is not saying that an author has to show intentionality. But of course, in the law itself, and in deciding the law, it's almost implied all the time. You kind of can't get away from it. Even if you look at exceptions, when you talk about exceptions being for the purpose of something, purpose is a kind of intentionality. So when you look at copyright and authorial intention, this is an intriguing question because copyright is not there to decide whether somebody had the right purpose or the right intention. And yet what we look at when we try to decide if somebody has done something with the requisite free and creative choice, almost invariably it comes into the discussion. So while it may not be determinative, it is relevant. And that is interesting. Now, if we think about the impact of AI and other tools, this intention becomes even more pronounced because courts and for example, the Copyright Office in the US have been trying to decide what makes an AI work a copyright work, or let's say more carefully, what makes an AI output potentially a copyright work. And on its own, it's not a copyright work, but those who've sought to have an output recognized as a copyright work, it's not been about what the output is or looks like, or whether it might possibly be new compared to everything else. It's actually what happens that demonstrates the human factor that's necessary for authorship. So suddenly we're in this situation where in order to claim copyright, so the US system is quite specific in that it requires registration. We won't go into that. Registration is a formality that shouldn't stand in the way of your enjoying copyright, and it doesn't stand in the way of enjoying copyright in the US, but it is relevant to very complicated damages questions and so forth. So it's a matter of evidence. But it's useful looking at what they require because it sets out the same sorts of principles. So there is, of course, the notorious Invoke AI, a piece of American cheese, or single piece of American cheese. I never get the title of it right. And when they first tried to register it, it was, no, where's the human input? So then they added a video, and the video showed that they were editing it and the time they spent and how they moved this to there and this to there. So what the Copyright Office was looking at was not the work, but actually the video of how the work was made. And so what is that, if not some kind of intention? And so this becomes very complicated and is becoming much more relevant. We're starting to think about how we decide those creative choices have been made in the shape of the relevant subject matter. This is, of course, what they were looking at in Mio and Connectra. And you go, a table, a modular furniture system, this is copyright. The question was, is there a different standard of, well, not what part of the discussion was, is there a different standard of originality if we look at these works of applied art or works of artistic craftsmanship or industrial arts? And one of the things that's the big challenge is that they're mass produced, and they're mass produced as so-called useful articles. And this was all the kind of background to the kind of separation in the law between what we looked at as copyright works proper, and then how we kind of tried to talk about works of artistic craftsmanship. Now that's been repealed, and we are supposed to be treating them the same way. And this is what Mio and Connectra confirmed. There's no different threshold of originality. Just because a table has to have certain types of table elements, such as not be like this and be able to stand on its own and things like that, does not mean that you cannot have an original table. So you have certain things that must be there to be in the shape of a table, but it doesn't stop you exercising free and creative choice. And fashion is very similar. You have trends, and in the shape of trends, it doesn't stop you exercising free and creative choice subsequently with respect to those trends. So what about this table? So this is Hofmann Olsen, a teak dining room set comprising a dining table with Dutch extension and 4 chairs. Mid-century modern, very desirable, in a museum, design 1956. So we've got this kind of history attached to it, and it's in the Mutual Art Auction House. Is that relevant? Does that make it art? I mean, it's an open question. What about this table? So this is Art Schwager's table and chair, made 1963 to 64. Is it a table and chair? Is it art? Is it both? What do you think? Can you eat your sandwich at this? And is that relevant? Does that stop it being art? I mean, if you sat down on that at Tate Modern, I think they'd probably ask you to stand up again quite quickly. So then does it stop being a chair and table? I'm not sure. What about these? So this is, sorry, there's a typo there. Weiwei's Table and Pillar, 2002. Then Michael Beitz is a sculptor, and these are tables to avoid conversation. And they're all done with sculpting materials. So he can put his coffee on it. So it's a table, but it's original. What about this table? I should have put you people to size, because this is people are about this high attached to this table. This is a massive table. So you can't really sit at this table. Even if you sat at the chairs, you couldn't reach the table. So it's in the shape of a table, but it's not functional as a table. So it's this kind of interesting dynamic all the time between what is useful about the article and what is aesthetic and interesting about the original about the article, and how do we balance those when we look at what is a work. Now, anyone recognize this table? What does it look like? A what? Sorry? Sorry? A maze. Interesting. Yes. So, vinyl. Like vinyl. What would you do at this table? Would you have a coffee? Would you put a coffee table book on it? This is the coffee table dress. So this is Shallion's coffee table dress of autumn winter 2000. I don't know why that came out, sorry. Autumn winter 2000. And there you can see kind of movement around the table, opening the table, stepping into the table, wearing the table. So here you have a distinction between function and an aesthetic that becomes completely interwoven. So you have a functional item. It can be a table. It could be a dress, but you probably couldn't sit down in the tube in it. But nevertheless, it's functioning as a dress. It's also aesthetically original, interesting. It's telling another story aside from its functional elements. This is what is really interesting in fashion, this relationship between function and aesthetics. Now, this is also kind of what underpins the drama between craft and art. So here you see in the V&A Museum, this is the Marshall and Snellgrove coat of 1895, so during the arts and crafts movement. So you can see lots of embroidery, plush purple velvet, and the questions of the tension between art and craft are also the same questions that came up in Mio and Connectra. So in the opinion, the Advocate General Spooner said the difficulties encountered in protecting intellectual property in respect of applied arts arise from the fact that they are on the borderline between pure works of art and mere utilitarian objects. They belong to both of those groups without fully coming within either of one of them. And this is a really important relationship between the history of fashion, the history of copyright and design, and the history of craft. So this question of copyright in applied arts goes to the heart of the history of the development of the fashion industry. So fashion, emerging with a new consumer class during a rapid period of industrialization, but not only then, I mean, we know copyright was also a response to the early wave of industrialization. This was this question of mass production. How can something that's mass produced be art? And the question around trends. Do you invent new trends, or are you responding to trends? Are trends a shared functional language in the shape of, and the free and creative choices outside that relationship to trends? Now, with industrialization also came the bifurcation of art and craft. So there was a self-conscious reaction amongst the fine arts to this impact of technology, and saying we have to be, separated from this, distinguished from this. And it really, in many respects, industrialization and fashion invented arts, the craft as we understand it today. Not necessarily because it saw itself that way, but because that's how the artistic community tried to come to terms with the fact that you had this mass-produced aesthetic article that was presented as a consumer article, but nevertheless had all of these characters of being something that was original and artistic and artisanal. So we have this tension between having a useless beauty and beautiful utility, and how do we understand that within copyright? So originality in Mio and Connectra, how they're starting to talk about this in that decision, and it's really interesting, is in many ways it kind of reinvigorates the debate. It kind of makes us look at, why do we make these arbitrary distinctions? What does it mean? And how to reconcile that divide. And in many ways, luxury and the concept of luxury points to how we address this question of originality and this question of art in fashion, because it's in its name suggesting that it is something that goes beyond what is necessary, what is functionally necessary, what is necessary as for utility and so forth. And it's in the language of collectability and so forth. All of these are a relationship to luxury that goes beyond what you need, and to that examination of fashion as art. Now in Mio and Connectra, the question then is this, so people have talked about, well, where it discusses recognizability and it discusses the relevance of having people with expertise to look at what the subject matter in question is doing, whether or not it's original. And this has been critiqued as potentially suggesting that copyright has some sort of evaluative process in coming, like the courts have some kind of evaluative process when it comes to assessing if something is going to be protected. But I would argue that it's much more accurately a question of eligibility. It's looking at people, it's asking people who can recognize, well, yeah, this is the state of the art, this is the shape of things, and that's potentially original. And in many respects, that opens up what can be what can be protected in ways that are really significant for the applied arts, for fashion, and so forth. So it really opens up this interpretation of originality. So the process and the intention is not determinative, but then, as we've been seeing, neither is the product. And this kind of dynamic is what we see in design and in fashion. So what is original in the relevant elements? So we look at trends in fashion in this way. We think, okay, well, trends in fashion is something that everybody needs to be able to engage with. That's how fashion works. That's the language of fashion. And then the originality comes around in the free and creative choice with respect to the functional constraints of those trends. It's like trends are like wheels being round and so on and so forth. Although they may shift and fluctuate, they become this basic functional language. And genre is similar in film. So this industrialization is part of the history of copyright and design, and for copyright very early, as I said, and at the same time, intellectual property was part of the mechanism for British industrialization. So this whole ecosystem is very closely, these elements of intellectual property, fashion, industrialization are very closely interconnected. So what we're interested in the present is when looking at questions of authorship is that obviously that very important concept of authenticity. What does this mean in copyright? So in fashion, there's also a lot of attention to the concept of authenticity. So there's the personality of the artist, and in fashion we see things like made in and place, and we talked about that a little bit this morning, all being relevant to the authenticity of the fashion article. But there's also a materiality required with respect to originality. And this brings us back to this question of generative technologies. So it turns on whether or not you can particularize the process of free and creative choice while using those tools. The outputs themselves are not demonstrating originality, because they are not demonstrating any relationship to the functional language or to this question of free and creative choice. Now, in this context, the current AI campaign for Gucci. So the intention, reportedly, from Demna, is to polarize the audience. What do you think of that? What do you see? Do you recognize anything? Is it important that you recognize something? There are no gamers in the audience then. So Grand Theft Auto, and potentially a reference to Jackie Onassis, and I'm not quite sure of the woman at the top. But this is iconography. So it's saying you are looking for certain markers that indicate a particular quality, and what we're telling you is our relationship to those markers. And playing with things that become that imagery of luxury. So co-opting Grand Theft Auto into the imagery of luxury is, of course, a surprise, if you like. But at the same time, working with AI in advertising, which is quite controversial still in fashion, even though fashion is adopting it quite widely, it's quite controversial. Doing so in such a way that cannot be denied, that it becomes almost reassuring, because you can tell quite quickly these are AI images. There's no attempt. And I saw some people in marketing on LinkedIn and so forth responding by going, they had all those resources at their disposal. Why didn't they fix these images? But that wasn't the point. The point was that AI has also emerged in the luxury space as another one of these. It's kind of like people just say AI, and we're going to kind of assume what that means. And it's taken on perhaps undeservedly, ideas around being progressive and the future and so on and so forth. And this is pointing to how that imagery can carry away with itself. And so then we see this. How would you look at this? So Gucci started basically with equestrian wear and so forth. And all that imagery and the saddle bit and the Gucci bit and so forth. Also, sorry, Dior, but also saddle-shaped bags. And then you have the idea that here we are at the center of these communication technologies. So what does that say? The brand is negotiating all of these different images, these different icons, and communicating to you. So a really powerful message about the brand, nothing to do with the products. So very relevant to what we were talking about this morning, but the brand as some kind of authorship role, which goes back to this question of authenticity, and then how you can revisit the question of art and in luxury and fashion as art. So pricing then, there's all sorts of controversies about fashion pricing, luxury pricing. Now, if we think about fashion as art, and of course we have Daniele as well in the audience, so he's an expert on this. You're not paying for what, I mean, fashion has this difficult problem. First of all, it's being presented as this useful article. So the price should somehow be sort of relevant to how much it costs to make and blah, blah, blah. But then you've also got something that's art. And you've got something that people have invested and creative work in. And also, as Daniele would explain, the symbolic value. So the pricing in luxury is these kinds of questions. It is why you can pay £1,000 for a yellow IKEA bag from Balenciaga, because you're paying for a performance. It just happens to be a mass-produced performance. But you're part of that performance. So this is the very interesting thing about fashion, I think, which is so fascinating because it presents such incredible challenges to a conventional copyright framework, and also to the distinction, to the bifurcation of art and craft. So Deity shoes, this is a design decision, but it was also at the same time and very interesting because it talked about the concept of the informed user, which is again related to this idea of somebody having expertise, and fashion trends. Just because something follows a trend doesn't mean it can't be original. It can't have individual character. So it looked as trends as this kind of potentially functional element, but the features of a design which result from fashion trends are not by themselves likely to weigh less heavily in the overall impression which those features produce on an informed user. So, and we talked about the Prada acquisition of Versace this morning. So Prada positioning itself as anti-trend. Is this, in fact, a kind of luxury model, if you like, a luxury interpretation of free and creative choice in the massive scale, saying we're anti-trend, so we're making a decision, a choice. It's still in relation to trend, because if you're anti-trend, you're still negotiating and dealing with the trends. But saying anti-trend, because trends are functional, anti-trend becomes useless. So that is the uselessness of the beauty of luxury. So, and that is the dissensus that you get in creativity. I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to disagree with the trends and present you with something else. So trends do not diminish the potential for originality. They might even be a really important part of demonstrating it. So generative outputs after me on Connectra. So the models themselves, they allow for non-intentional design where there's no sort of need for any kind of intentionality there. There's a lack of proximity, so there's a lack of intentional control, and that is the sort of thing that underpins the question of free and creative choice and copyright. And it points to the fact that when we look at originality and process, and AI and generative works are pushing us to do this and to confront this, is it's not just about what it looks like. It's not just about the output. It's now become about this narrative and about this question of what is happening. So just because it looks like art or it looks like fashion on its own, and I doubt it will if it comes straight out of the prompts, so I can imagine it would have a bit more work after that, does not make it so. Creative choices must be identified. So going back to the particularization in the Copyright Office in the US, that's what you see there. That particularization of creative choices, and that really is, in everything but name, a kind of intentionality. So this is where you can find it. It's, well, that's not where you can find it actually, because I haven't put the journal up, but that's the name of the article. But I wanted to introduce this question of craft, because in this session, we are going to be hearing from the wonderful work from Monica Yan. So, Monica, I might hand over straight to you, and then we'll take questions together at the end. Yeah. Yes, use everything. Yeah. If you want to move around, just make sure you use. Is that working? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. And it's. I hope so.
Hi everyone. My name is Monica, and I'm the founder and the creative director of CQ London. So it's a Changzhou brand, modern Changzhou brand. But why I'm demonstrating the craft here today? Because we used traditional Chinese craftsmanship to make modern accessories. So it's also a kind of accessory line under my modern Changzhou brand. So today I'm gonna introduce just a few Chinese traditional craftsmanship because there are a lot. I've done the research. There are over like 630 traditional crafts in China, and it's even among 1,500 items, intangible cultural heritage items. So I've selected a few to show you today. So the first of all is the porcelain flower.
Oh, previous page. Yeah.
Thanks. And I have a real porcelain flower vase here today.
Oh,
yes, please. The lights on. Okay. So this is an example. It's a real vase. So as you can see, porcelain flowers are made from calling clay, and then it's shaped by hand, one by petal, and then it's assembled and painted petal by petal. So for artists, they usually can make maximum 2 or 3 vases per day. And then you can take pictures, and then it will be put into the high temperature firing to make it more hard and durable. So this usually can be like hairpin or brooch accessories, and also vase like decorated ornaments. So the reason I want to show you this craft is this is actually kind of the quite typical or stereotype craft that everyone can imagine what Chinese craftsmanship can be. But I want to show you another craft which is quite different. Also, perhaps you'll find is less expected. Is the pyrography. So this is actually a work done by a Chinese artist, the pyrography. So basically, instead of adding ink or color or materials, you drawing by burning the surface. Usually it's on wood or sometimes on leather surface. So I will show you the work that artist done. It took him over a year.
小红书。
And okay, so this is the final work. So it's a giant piece, like 2.8 meters long and 1.2. Yeah. So why I want to show you this, because I found the beauty behind this craft is kind of a life philosophy. Because it's drawing by burning, so once the mark is done on the wood or on leather, the mark is there. It's irreversible. So that's why I found the traditional craft very valuable. So these are quite difficult to demonstrate here live today. So what I would like to demonstrate, so I've explained porcelain flower and the pyrography, and panko thing is what I can demonstrate here. And also just give you a little bit history. Panko is the craft, name of the craft, which used initially on the traditional Chinese garment called qipao or changzam. So it was very functional at the beginning. But now we use the same technique to make modern accessories. So later on at lunch break, you can come to the workshop and I will guide you through and I will demonstrate in a minute. And panko also have a beautiful philosophy behind, which is sustainability. Because it was used on the button closure on garment, which is the same material and color from the tailor garment. So it's kind of the sustainability concept. So I will show you a little video and then I will demonstrate. So this video is made by us, which is the new collection from our brand for the Year of the Horse, and we make it brooch and earrings and pendant. So I would like to demonstrate now. It has over 30 steps, and for the little horse you see on the video, it usually takes us over a day to make it, and it's all from a silk fabric. Simply. Yeah. Thank you. So what we do is from silk fabric, and we put it backside on the table. And this is our homemade flour-based paste, which is made with hot water and flour. And we use, I forgot my spatula. So we use a spatula. Let's imagine this is a spatula, and we use spatula to apply our flour on the silk fabric to give it strength. and we wait for it to dry out, usually half a day or overnight. And then it will become the fabric thick. So it's thick. And then we use the copper strip. I also left it upstairs. So guys, please come upstairs. I will demonstrate in detail. So we add the copper strip and also a type of fiber gel. And copper strip. And then we fold it and also iron it. We now need the little iron. And we make it to more like a narrow strip, like this. So this is how the strip is made from the silk fabric. So it's solid because the copper strip is inside. And then I have a whole book of my sketch. The next step is coiling. So how do we coil from a strip to any flowers or horse or butterfly? For example, I will demonstrate probably a horse is easier, this one. So we usually coil with one single strip from beginning to end. For example, this horse is when we're coiling, it takes, for beginners, it usually takes 3 hours, and then stitch for another 2 hours. So for example, the horse, we coil from the cone inside. I hope you can see it. And then the circle, and then the hair, and then the head, and then leg, and then the tail, and then back to the same point where we begin. And then the most difficult part is once we finish the coiling, we stitch every single connecting point together. This takes time. And for this flower, it's rather easier. You see, it looks like more difficult than the horse, but it's actually the horse is more difficult. Yeah. So after we stitch all the connecting points, the next step is to fill the cotton stuffing. And usually you can choose any silk fabric with pattern or without pattern. And we fill from the back side. And we use tweezers and cotton. A little bit difficult to demonstrate here. And the point is we need to fill the hole one by one and then cut it flat so we can do the backing. Johanna, if you can show your final piece, the J. Yeah.
And also...
So this is a similar thing. Because
there she is. Because we were... and he's got one too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So because I forgot to bring the final piece, so I want to show that one.
Yeah. So this is the.
So
J.
after.
A.
Let me show you. So this is the same thing made from silk fabric. Can I?
Yeah. It's very hard to get out because it's very hard to get in.
So this is a finished and this is a semi-finished. So after we done the cotton filling, we need to cut it flat. Cut all the fabric left over flat, so we can put the backing. And the final thing is to put the paint on it. So for a little horse, it usually takes us over a day to finish it from the silk fabric. And we also have more upstairs. I didn't bring it here. Yeah, so we also develop modern jewelries, fabric jewelries with silk fabric and brocade, like antique stone brocade. So that's why when people ask me, oh, I thought Xiangyunsha silk or Chinese silk can only make a garment, I said no. The fabric jewelry is what we've been developing. Yeah. So this is the panko craft, which I have a workshop station upstairs. Feel free to try. I have lots of semi-finished, including initials and horse butterfly, which take you like 20 or 30 minutes to finish. Yeah, if you have time during lunch break or in the afternoon, yeah, please feel free to come. And now I will introduce Azalea to introduce another two craft to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Azalea, and I'm a graduate from Royal College of Art. And actually today we're not talking about trendy fashion like nowadays. It's like trendy like 1,000 years ago. But today we just want to introduce some material that's from our culture. And today I bring the Chinese ronghua, and also it's called a velvet flower. It's made by silk thread. And at 2024, Dior has a collection that using this technique. Is 2024 Dior Men's Collection. So ronghua is originally start from Tang Dynasty, which is 1,400 years ago, and it became popular by Qing and Ming Dynasty, which is like 700 years ago. And today I want to show you guys how this technique works, because this works different from like using fabric to making a piece. It's actually using the silk thread to making a piece. And as you can see, it kind of look familiar. Like maybe you guys can think it actually shares the same structure logic with the pipe cleaner. So this is the ingredient, the silk thread, and we just using the silk thread and tie it into a little wooden stick, and then we brushed it into like very flat platform, and then we use the copper thread to tie on the silk thread to make the copper thread bite on the silk thread, and then we just twist it. It will become like this. So it's actually not made by the piece of fabric. It's actually using like a technique to just transform the silk thread directly into a piece that you can use for making a craft. And then we can choose to either flatten the silk thread, making into like this kind of fabric-like. You can pass we can feel the texture and the. So today we're here to show like more possibility of the traditional technique to using like material to have more possibility into the nowadays fashion design things. We can show people more possibility of the traditional craft. And I have some piece and workshop showing upstairs as well. Feel free to come. Thank you, guys.
So we have some time for questions. I don't know if we have any online as well. I haven't been. Yeah, so if we have any questions. No questions? I mean, thank you for the beautiful, beautiful demonstration and the beautiful material. I mean, looking at these things close up is so different from just sort of hearing about it. You know, I think it's been a wonderful opportunity. If there are no questions, we can always. Oh yes, okay. Oh, sorry, Mike. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
My voice is not so loud. I love your work, by the way. I wanted to ask, like, how did you come up with? Did you come from a sustainability aspect, or you know, in what way did you come to your decision of using fabric for jewelry? Because that's usually not the case. Most people stick with traditional methods. And how did you like blend it with, especially your culture?
Yeah, sorry, it's online.
Okay. So I think it's combined reasons. I like fabric. That's how I started fashion design. That's the first reason. And also an important reason is I would like to bring heritage alive, yeah, as a lifestyle. So I call it modern heritage. Yeah. So although I'm using traditional craftsmanship, but I make it like pieces that everyone can wear every day. Yeah, so I really want to, so this is also, I find the new generation, what we've been doing. So the first two examples, the craft I showed you on video, so they are from older generation artists. So they still make like very stereotype based or the general type of pyrography. But for us, you see, I modernized the traditional garment, the Changzam garment, but I don't use the traditional panko as the button here, right? I use the normal button, but I modernized the craft as modern accessories. I really want to inherit our traditional craftsmanship as everyday lifestyle.
Hi. So, in a world where obviously there's cultural appropriation versus appreciation, how would you feel about maybe non-Chinese designers even copying the kind of designs that you do, or like replicating or that kind of thing, the same thing that you're doing? Or what's the general vibe within Chinese culture of other people doing the same things? Yeah.
I think everyone heard or seen the Adidas collection of the Chinese jacket. Yeah, I think as long as it's labeled, is inspired by Changzam or by Chinese culture, that's fine. That's not cultural appropriation. And I encourage people to try different culture. For example, I've been to Nepal and I have sari, and I've been to Korea. So I think culture is kind of fluent form, because Changzam is from Qi garment from Qing dynasty. It's also from Manchu minority. It's not from Han. So it's also one of the 56 minorities in China. So I think that, and also if we speak about the panko button closure, it can trace back to Qing dynasty 2,000 years ago. So I think that's, do we say Changzam or panko button is cultural appropriation from Qing people? So that's why I think culture is fluent. As long as you respect and you recognize the origin, then it's not cultural appropriation.
I think that's a really interesting point, because of the question, like the concept of citational erasure that people talk about with respect to cultural appropriation, that it's the kind of imposture that you get by not citing your sources. So it's the same thing that we, you know, if we think about an academic article, or if we think about parody, it's all about acknowledging your sources. And I think that's a really important perspective.
Yeah, and because there are many minorities in China, 56, so they are actually sometimes debating inside China, or is it from Manchu minority or is it from another? So it happens, and I think it's fluent. We don't need to really debate, oh, this is us or this is us. Yeah, so that's the beauty of culture, I think.
Any more questions or comments?
Or you can ask me upstairs.
Yeah. I mean, if there are no more questions, we can certainly move upstairs for lunch and also for more sessions with Monica. So thank you so much, Monica. That was brilliant. But the social media panel is very important, because if you're looking at any kind of legal career, but including in fashion law, how you use social media is very critical. LinkedIn is a fantastic resource. Podcasts, other types of seemingly non-conventional outreach have become very popular and very influential. So we will be looking at that, and Federica, we are very lucky to have, will be taking us through the pitfalls and the things that people do wrong and how to catch the really bad people on social media. So that's going to be exciting. But before that, the big quiz. Okay, so how this works, there will be some options. As an audience, you can call out what you think is going to be the answer, and then we will look at the answer. So let's see if this works as well as last year. Okay, first of all, the keyboard doesn't work for me. Right, so it's 10 questions, 30 minutes, 100% fashion. All right, so which of these clothing labels did not start in sportswear? Okay, what's the answer? Is it A? Who's for A? 1 for A. Who's for B? 4 for B. Who's for C? The answer is A. Fila might be a well-known sportswear brand today, but when it was originally founded in 1911, it was a textile company. And it was manufacturing clothing, primarily underwear for people living in the Italian Alps. And then it joined a woolen mill. And in 1913, it took over the woolen mill. And this was in a place called Biella in Piedmont, Italy. And that was when they renamed the mill, Fila. And then the brand itself was established in 1923. But it took another 50 years. It wasn't until 1973 that Fila moved into sportswear. So it was motivated, in fact, by an endorsement deal with Bjorn Borg. Now, Missoni, B, started out in sportswear, and Vogue credits the label with inventing athleisure. And this is because Ottavio Tai Missoni was a competitive sprinter. And he actually met his partner, the Rosita. They met at the London Olympics in 1948. And at the time, he was making tracksuits with a teammate, his teammate Giorgio Obervega in Trieste, in Italy. And Coco Chanel. Now you might go, Coco Chanel was a milliner. She was a milliner. She opened her first shop in 1910, but her first garments in 1913 were actually produced using jersey, which was a very radical thing at the time. And they were actually a kind of practical sportswear, so that women could actually look lovely while playing tennis and so forth. And this jersey was a really unconventional, radical choice, because at the time it was mostly used for men's underwear. But it had the low cost and high workability, and Chanel was there revolutionizing at the beginning women's comfort and movability and that freedom in clothing. Okay, so you all failed the first one except Lena. Okay, who is the designer behind this garment who was subsequently accused of cultural appropriation? Is it A, Carolina Herrera, B, Ralph Lauren, C, Isabel Marant? Who's for A? Lena's gone for A. Oh, and another A. Who's for B, Ralph Lauren? 4, 5, 6. Who's for C? Isabel Marant. I dare say you've been influenced by her reputation because it's B, Ralph Lauren. And this is the First Lady of Mexico, and she stumbled across this advertisement, and she made this social media post, said, "Hey, Ralph, we realize that you really like Mexican designs, especially those that elaborate ancestral cultures that preserve the textile tradition. However, when you copy these designs, you fall into plagiarism, and as you know, plagiarism is illegal and immoral. At least acknowledge it. And hopefully you repair the damage to the indigenous communities who do that work out of love and not for millionaire profit." And then cited the design. So in 2022, Ralph Lauren manufactured a skirt and a bathrobe which imitated the textile designs of serapes. And these are the traditional Mexican textiles that are worn as a blanket or a poncho-like shawl. And these originate in the towns in the state of Coahuila, and I'm sorry for my pronunciation. And Mexico's First Lady, Beatriz Gutierrez Mula, spotted this and, of course, turned to social media. So the company immediately apologized, but what was interesting was that they claimed that the garment had already been withdrawn, because they said this was meant to be withdrawn ages ago because we realized this is a problem. So I don't know why it's on the shop floor. So she immediately went to the website and there it was online. So that doesn't sound quite right. But importantly, just like we saw in the previous session in craft, attribution goes a long way. So if you're going to talk about whether you're inspired by something, whether you're responding to a design by another designer, whether you're seemingly co-opting designs from a traditional culture, it goes a long way in courtesy, in fashion, and in intellectual property. So, which of these Louis Vuitton bags used in film and television ended up in a lawsuit with Louis Vuitton? Is it A, The Hangover 2? Is it B, The OC? You can see the pochette there on summer. Is it C, Friends? Now, it might be a bit difficult to see, but that is, in fact, one of the contested bags. Is it D, Mean Girls? Who's for A? A. Who's for B? Yeah. Who's for C? Okay. Who's for D? Lena, superstar. It's A. Be careful. That is a Louis Vuitton. That's how he says it in the film. And the situation here was that in The Hangover 2, Zach Galifianakis' character carries all of this luggage that you can see, all this Louis Vuitton luggage, and it's all marked LVM. And he remarks when he is pushed at the airport, "Be careful, that is a Louis Vuitton, but the bag is in fact a fake. It is manufactured by the Chinese-American company Diofi." And Louis Vuitton alleged that this 25-second segment of the film caused customer confusion. They said, and because of that, it was a violation of the Lanham Act in the US. And the relevant test that the court then had to apply was the test in Rogers and Grimaldi. And this is a test that it addresses freedom of expression, where trademarks might be part of that creative artistic expression. So a sort of an ironic use or a playful use or what have you. Now the judge in the case had a look and said that the scene was very relevant to the film's narrative and the characterization, because he's a bit of a chancer, a bit of a wide boy, and he's carrying all this fake luggage and trying to show himself as something that he isn't. And also the judge said that the public was not misled regarding the authenticity of the bag. The other problem with the way Louis Vuitton argued it was that they didn't allege confusion, which they should have done, as to endorsement through this relationship. So it looked like an implied relationship between the film and Louis Vuitton, but they didn't allege that, which was also another flaw in the in how they filed the complaint. But ultimately, the court found in favor of Warner Brothers, and the later Bad Spaniels decision that you might know about, which found in favor of Jack Daniels Properties. So the Bad Spaniels, I think I've got the slide. Yes. So the Bad Spaniels dog toy on the right there, and the Jack Daniels bottle of whiskey on the left. This actually raised some eyebrows when it came to the Rogers and Grimaldi test, because they said it had really limited it. The decision here, which said that this was an infringement, really limited the scope of that test. Now, but it does prove, maybe, because of that reaction, people saying this was kind of the wrong result, that people do widely believe that dogs and their toys are creative. But that's another issue. Okay. Which of the following 3 brands is the most popular in the UK in 2026? Is it A, Primark, B, Adidas? I don't know how to say that. Is that the right way to say that? C, M&S. Who's gone for A? Who's gone for B? C. Yes, you would be right. Of course, it's M&S. The anchor store of Britain. So a recent YouGov brand index poll, which produced this, it has these UK fashion retailer rankings, and it surveyed the consumers on a range of questions, and the 3 key metrics were consideration, whether you would consider purchasing from this brand; value, whether a brand represents good value for money or poor value for money; and quality, whether a brand represents good or poor quality. And in fact, Marks & Spencer came out on top on all 3. So there's a big shout out to Marks & Spencer. Right. What percentage of women in the UK buy clothes that they never wear? Who's A? 7%. Who's B? 17%. Who's C? 29%. Ah, the realists. That is, in fact, very sadly correct. So according to Statista Consumer Insights, 29% of women and 17% of men buy clothes they never wear. The UK is also amongst the worst of all the surveyed jurisdictions. The US is only at 21% of women, and in China only 9%. But the other thing is, of course, these are people who admit to it. It could be a lot worse. So personalization of advertising through social media targeting and selling platforms is compelling more people to impulse buy, to buy something quickly, and they're buying online, and when they get it, it doesn't really match their expectations, and they can't be bothered doing anything about it, so then it just never gets worn. But according to a Vice UK Snapchat survey in 2020, so they were just surveying Snapchat users, but 25% admitted to buying an item they wear only once. So this is a huge problem, clearly. Now, which one of these dresses was the subject of a trademark dispute? Okay, who thinks A? Who thinks B? And who thinks C? So most of A, is that correct? Well, the answer is B. And in 2010, I love this one so much I wrote it backly. In 2010, the Hells Angels Motorcycle Corporation, sued Alexander McQueen for trademark infringement in this dress. The dispute concerned what was alleged to be the unauthorized use of the death head logo. So you can see it there in the middle of the jacket, and you can see it up here. And so this was on the dress, but it was also on other accessories. There were rings that used it and all sorts of other things, scarves, etc. This was a source of great excitement for me. As soon as I saw this in the news, I raced down to find one of these dresses. So I found it in Liberty, and I still have it. So I have this dress. It's added to the collection. Still, the Rihanna t-shirt is the prize, though. So this was very interesting. So the Hells Angels at the time, so this is 2010, they were in no doubt at the time enjoying some unparalleled social status through the success of the Sons of Anarchy series. They said that McQueen was diluting their brand. And they also said McQueen was engaging in unfair competition. So I, of course, am very excited that I am participating in this now. I'm very happy to have that dress. I still have that. I have the Rihanna t-shirt, the Bad Spaniels dog toy. I'm really flying high here. As for A, so this is Jeremy Scott's fall 2014 Moschino collection. It was almost universally panned for being both banal and glorifying fast food. McDonald's did not sue, though. But in a further piece of interesting trivia, the collection also included some very fine lines being walked when it comes to Chanel shapes and iconography. And it's not the first time they've done it. The label has actually flirted with this quite a lot, for whatever reason. Now, on this occasion, Chanel did not sue. But back in the 1980s, Chanel did object to Franco Moschini's design of a t-shirt featuring a television that was tuned to channel number 5. Now, the third one is, of course, I think you can see what this is trying to imitate, but it's sort of an insignificant AliExpress. So, but it is a problem. So so here we go. Next. Which of these resulted in a copyright dispute over the makeup design? Is it A? 1 for A, 2, 3 for A, 4. Is it B? Half a dozen for B. Is it C? Oh, only one taker for C? The rest of you are not going to commit to makeup, is that it? Because of temporary? It is, in fact, B. So Vlada Haggerty is the designer behind the source designs in both A and B, in fact. And I'll take you through the dispute with Kylie Jenner, which didn't quite manage to get all the way. So the first image is Vlada Haggerty's design. The second, and in here, and the second image is Kylie Jenner's cosmetics. It's made with photographer Julia Kuzmenko. Haggerty threatened to sue, but didn't actually sue. Ultimately, Jenner decided to come to some sort of polite agreement and edited the original Instagram post to credit Haggerty, and then ultimately deleted the whole thing. Now, a lot of people have said that's okay, yes, that accredited, got rid of it, but it's not good enough. It took that, you know, sort of threat to anything to happen, and this sort of thing shouldn't happen, and what is the damage also to Haggerty with Kylie Jenner appropriating this kind of very iconic image. The second, so the top two images here are Vlada Haggerty's, and the bottom image is Make Up For Ever's logo. Make Up For Ever is part of the LVMH conglomerate. Haggerty, and they had also contacted Haggerty many times saying, can we use it, can we use it? And Haggerty said, no, I'm working with another brand already. It's really not going to happen. And so then they just went ahead and did it anyway. And so Haggerty did sue in the Central District of California, saying it's copyright infringement, it's trademark infringement. And what happened then was and also said, this is confusing because it looks like I'm collaborating with you. I'm not collaborating with you. I'm collaborating with a different brand. So that's also very problematic. So consumers are being misled, and you're also damaging my reputation. So ultimately, again, they settled, though, with a confidential resolution. But that's the only one that went that far. The images in C show Peter Phillips's designs for Dries Van Noten in spring-summer 2018 at the top. And this involved placing Swarovski crystals across the line, like as an eyeliner. The image below is a YouTube makeup tutorial from beauty YouTuber Marianne Maquillage. And Phillips has commented previously that what frustrates him most is that people are just imitating rather than trying new things. And he said, I do respect the skills of people doing my makeup, but on the other hand, I feel you miss out on something because doing our job is not only about repeating and what's been done, that could be a starting point to push it further. That's just the fun of it. Okay, So, and you can see the details of these similarities there. What percentage of clothing is recycled? A, less than 1%. B, 8 to 10%. C, 12 to 15%. Who's for A? Who's for B? Who's for C? Well, you are indeed correct. It is A. And recycling is where the garments are broken down into raw fibers. It's not about upcycling, so you're breaking it down to make new materials, to make new things, new products. So it is things like insulation and stuffing materials and so forth. So yes, less than 1% of clothing is recycled. It's very difficult to recycle textiles. But there is some evidence of recycled textiles becoming more acceptable amongst consumers and actually being attached to a sense of luxury and a sort of responsibility attached to luxury. And that will no doubt, well, will hopefully be translated into more attention to recycling and recycling technologies and innovations in this area. So there may be cause to be more optimistic and things will improve. Okay, question 9. Which of these fruits is not associated with a fashion brand? And there are lots, so I'll give you some time. Is it A? Is it B? Is it C? Okay, who's for A? Nobody for A? Anybody for B? Okay, anyone for C? Yep. Anyone for D? Okay. Anyone for E? F? G? So nobody thinks that G is not associated? Anyone for H? Okay. Well, that's interesting. I thought there's no kind of overwhelming winner here. But the answer is, of course, D. Because it's Moo Moo Melon. So, Fruit of the Loom has grapes in its trademark. Mulberry, obviously. Mango. Orange Culture is a Nigerian brand. Pear Collection is an Australian brand. Banana Republic. And Lululemon, of course. And of course, so what happened? So, this is the current campaign that was launched by Action Speaks Louder and Serious People towards the end of March. And they created this fake yoga brand called Moo Moo Melon and opened the short-lived flagship store on Marylebone High Street because it's a pop-up shop, it's an empty shop. But there is another fruity connection. A couple of years ago, one social media user posted on X about a large heirloom tomato. This tomato is so lueve, I can't explain it. So Jonathan Anderson, who was creative designer at the time, director at the time, screenshot the post, reshared it on Instagram, and then went on to reveal a clutch bag with the same design and wrote on Instagram, Lueve meme to reality. So, last question. Which of these items is possible today because of an invention that actually originated in the fashion industry? Who's for A? B? C? Is it just because it's an outfit? D? E? F? G? H? Is there another answer? Potentially? All of the above. Nylon was around a decade in the making and was announced in 1938. And apart from a brief prequel in a toothbrush, its primary application was nylon stockings. replacing the much more expensive silk stockings, and 64 million pairs of nylon stockings were sold in that first year. This was during World War II, and very soon after, its value in the production of parachutes and parachute cord became apparent, and all production was diverted to this process. Now it is used in catheters and suture material, bolts, scaffolding, sheets, rope, bandaging, countless other things, all because stockings needed to be cheaper and run less. Along with nylon, the invention of spandex has proved instrumental to the production of spacesuits. It's the first layer of the cooling layer. And so then you get the inside of the spacesuit, and that's all made of nylon. Scissors were much, much earlier. The earliest form dating back to the Mesopotamia period, around 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. And the Romans then invented spring scissors to cut skins, which they then turned into types of clothing. That remained in use until the 16th century. In the UK, the Sheffield company, William Whiteley and Sons, started making scissors in the 18th century, in 1760, possibly earlier, but 1760 is the first sort of documentation of it. It's the oldest company in the West to still be making scissors. The Chinese company, Hanzhuzheng Jiaoquan, and I'm very sorry if that was very bad, is the oldest in the world and has been making scissors since 1663. And a quick shout out to the humble needle and thread. It's been traced back as far as 30,000 years. It's credited with sparking the strong revolution. So needles were made with bones to create garments so that people could stay warm. And there's evidence that they also were used to decorate textiles. So the very earliest investment of time and effort and creativity in textiles and fashion and aesthetics. So while they may not be part of, those things may not be part of modern consumer culture, the point is that fashion has been around a lot longer than we might think. And it's been part of human expression for millennia. So thank you for joining in the big fashion quiz. Congratulations to Lena for getting some of those really tricky ones. And we will now hand over to the social media panel. So I'm going to welcome Lena and Özlem, who are the current LLM reps for the LLM in fashion law, and they will be interviewing, yes, they will be interviewing Lee Curtis and Federica Pagozzo, and is Shelley here? No. Okay. No Neen? No? Okay. So yeah, Federica and Lee, thank you so much. So thank you for playing the quiz. Do you want another chair? What do you prefer? Oh, I mean, I can bring. You sure? Yeah. Okay. I suppose if you do questions as well, yeah. Makes sense. Can we just give it to them?
Thank you for joining us today. Of course, social media is a big topic for every one of us, and so it would be lovely if you could tell us a little bit about your journeys using social media, maybe just like us in every day as a consumer, but then how it transformed, how that transformed maybe in your professional life as well. Yes, can I just give you the mic?
So I'm Lee Curtis. I'm a chartered trademark attorney. A few people have been asking what that is, but I can explain it separately. It's separate from a solicitor or a barrister. We're a separate profession, and we go through our own qualification. It takes about 3 years. And we are dedicated to IP. So most of my work is on trademarks and designs, a little bit of copyright. Our firm is quite largely based on patents as well, but they deal with the patents, and you need a science degree for that. I've got an economics degree. Do you want to explain how I use social media? Yes. Yeah, so it is completely happenstance. I'm old enough not to have the internet or email when I started in the profession about 30 years ago. We didn't have email addresses, we didn't have computers. So I previously worked at quite a large law firm, Pinsent Masons, and I just started on LinkedIn when it first started. And that was just having an account and occasionally posting. Subsequently, with my colleague Rebecca Field, we set up a LinkedIn group which is called Fashion Plus IP. Becky originally started that in 2011. There's about 17,600 members now. Quite a lot of IP counsellor members, lawyers, students, and we try and post just general interest stories on IP. And then I think maybe the way we're attempting to promote ourselves is then we maybe post an interesting comment or post an opinion. And then subsequently we set up just over actually 4 years ago this month a podcast called Fashionably IP. We do that every month religiously around the middle of the month. I think we have probably 500-600 followers or downloads, and we try and do it's either a case. We talk about a case. It's relatively legal, but we've interviewed barristers. We've interviewed Johanna. We've interviewed other professors. We've interviewed people from the States. We've been approached to do interviews. My age, I've only started really getting into Instagram. I've tried to do a little bit on Instagram to promote the sort of trademark profession or trademarks. It's very, very limited. I'm not on TikTok. I don't do anything on TikTok. I don't really, and definitely, but I would say it's just to try and build a personal brand. I think I said this last year, if you're a student or maybe when you get qualified, if you go into the legal profession, some people say, why should I do it? In many ways, it's a selfish thing to build your brand separate to a degree, from your firm. You support your firm, but ultimately it's an investment for the future. I think Rosie Burnage has been very, very good at that in building up a personal brand. And in many ways, I have trainees who say, why should I do it? Why should I put the effort in? Ultimately, it's to make you more marketable. And if you ever did want to leave the firm, it makes it more easier. So I think you need to invest in yourself. And some maybe guidelines would be never be negative about people. Try and be informative. Try and give an opinion. Don't be sit on the fence. But do give an opinion. But I've seen some people who try to be negative about other lawyers or attorneys. I think that backfires. So that's how I use social media. So.
Hi, I'm Federica. I head the London office of Cerberus IP, which is a consultancy firm, I would say. Our original name was an investigation firm, which sounds a lot more exciting than what it is, really. When in reality, we do a lot of computer work. But basically, we consult with firms and brands when it comes to primarily trademarks matters. So in-use research, IP asset acquisitions covertly, mostly. So we buy domain names or trademarks on behalf of our clients covertly. So the other party doesn't know who the end client is. We work on anti-counterfeiting matters, parallel import, gray markets, so a lot of that work as well, which is quite exciting. So kind of opposite way to what Liv was saying, our social media presence is actually very limited for that reason specifically, because we do tend to get in contact with a lot of bad people. So even just online, so a lot of our staff maintains no social media presence under their actual names, so they can do covert operations as much as possible. Because my name is very recognizable, I think I might be one of two in the world with this name and surname. I'm more of the public-facing name for the firm. So that's why I do have social media profiles. I don't tend to use them as much, just to maintain minimal image or minimal digital footprint is possible in case I need to do any type of work like that. But yeah, so slightly different use or no news, let's say, from a personal perspective, but I do agree completely saying that creating a personal brand outside of your, you know, like firm or place that you might work or study is very important for, you know, making yourself marketable for, you know, job perspectives. Social media, though, it's very much of an integral part of the work that we do on the other side. So we tend to use the social media content posted by other people to try and obtain information that are important for our everyday work. So, and you'd be surprised on how much information people divulge on social media, not really thinking that they are doing that. So it's a very powerful instrument that we can take advantage of when doing our work, everyday work. When it comes to brands, as you probably know, websites or, you know, online shops are not really much where the information is shared. A lot of the launches and all the, you know, like new products, it's a lot more shared on social media nowadays. So that's a lot of a primary source of, you know, up-to-date news about any type of product or marks, trademarks that are being in use. But more interestingly, maybe the unconventional way people use social media, or people who use social media for ways that are not, and that the social media was not created for. So for example, when we do undercover work for anti-counterfeiting purposes, we tend to look a lot at social media to see what people might have disclosed about themselves and their location without thinking that they did so. One of our most famous cases that we had happening in Russia quite a few years ago is that somebody was using a dating app and they came across somebody who was selling counterfeit alcohol on a dating app. So they pretended to be interested, you know, like matching on the social media app, making a date. And we ended up collaborating with local law enforcement to make an arrest because this person shows up to the date with counterfeit alcohol with them. So you wouldn't expect. Yes, exactly, exactly. Or, you know, like very interestingly, all of us have a bit of a tendency wanting to show off some aspects when, you know, when something good happens in our lives, or we know we have a personal or you know, like professional success. So, and that not just goes with people like us who have, let's say, day-to-day normal jobs, but even people who, say, work in, you know, criminal organizations even, that use personal social media accounts to flaunt their own, you know, the fake watches and all the money. You've seen those type of videos, especially on platforms like Snapchat, where things disappear after 24 hours. That's very much of something that people use to communicate when they want to not really share, but share at the same time. But even TikTok, you'd be surprised. Very recently, actually, we were working on anti-counterfeit jobs that involved tobacco products. And we managed to find out that there was a proper criminal organization behind it. So as you can imagine, very difficult to find out identities, names, or location for people, because obviously they know not to share. But we did manage to find some personal TikTok accounts of some of the people that were at the margin of the organization, and you'd be surprised at what type of information people share on those videos, because they don't really realize stuff that's in the background, locations, cars, anything like that. We managed to pinpoint, by using background information of TikTok videos, an apartment in an apartment block where stock of counterfeits was stored. So, you know, and sharing this with local law enforcement and try to get the information out there. But yeah, so very interesting use of social media, not much more for personal purposes, but mainly for, you know, professional purposes, but from the other way around.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I have one question about the podcast that you have on Fashional VIP. I wanted to ask, like, what's the inspiration behind and why did you want to have a podcast, and like, who's the audience? Are you doing it for students, for legal professionals? And I want to ask, like, how do you define your language? Because if you want to make the law accessible, but you don't want to give misleading information, so how do you like draw the line between that?
I would say the podcast and the LinkedIn groups have I ever got any direct work from it? probably the answer is no. It's more about building an image, and like I've probably been invited to this because of the podcast and the group, and we've been invited to talk on things. We've got articles. Ultimately, the answer is, why did we do it? It's because we're in the business of selling legal services, and our ultimate target market is people who buy legal services. So that may well be foreign lawyers, that may well be direct fashion clients, that may well be anyone who would buy a service. So ultimately our aim is to build an image to get, it's like Jerry Maguire, isn't it? Show me the money. That's where that's what we're in the business for. Now, why fashion? Well, it's of all the IP, fashion is probably the most fashionable, the sexy side of IP is probably the most interesting. A lot of the cases that come up are very interesting from a sort of an IP law point of view. I do act for lots of fashion clients. We act for Tamsin's there as my trainee. We act for lots of cosmetics clients. But we do have lots of students who I think listen to it, and ultimately the aim there is, do we do it for the love of the law? Maybe a bit, or just to hear my voice. Becky's much better than I am on the podcast. I write most of them, but she projects it much better. But the aim, students will ultimately, our hope is to go into the legal profession and ultimately buy our services. But I think the point is building a personal brand again, and a brand around that we're known for fashion. And in relation to your question about the legal, I think you need to be accurate. We have to be accurate in our giving our opinions on cases. We have had barristers who've just gone off sort of just talking, and we cut bits out if we think it's going to incite a fashion brand against us, or we thought it wasn't completely correct. So we are very careful. We make it clear that it's not legal advice and to contact us. But I think it's just about building not an aura, but just that we have some interest in that sector. And I think in the IP sector, it's good to have some specialist knowledge. And also, if you're a student, I would say always look to be commercial, have an interest in certain sectors and a knowledge of business, because to me, that's one of the most important things. I think most law students can do the law. It's about being commercial, and then maybe on how you interact on social media or on LinkedIn particularly, which I would say is the business social medias. You can post comments, but be intelligent comments and try and get some interaction with other IP lawyers or whatever, but don't overdo it, because we have our jobs to do. But I think if you're getting into that, I think that's a way for you to get into the social media, or maybe do Instagram posts or posts about interesting cases. But I think it's very important to be accurate, to get your facts right, because for a lawyer that's important. So yeah.
Thank you.
And I think it's very interesting how you said about building your own brand, because I think this is something every one of us is practically doing right now with this LLM, because we're all very interested in fashion and we want to build a CV, we want to build a portfolio. So this is fitting for every one of us. And just to selfishly promote our Instagram account again for the Fashion Law LLM. Yeah. So this is kind of what we are trying to do right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is there any questions from the audience?
What's the Instagram account? Sorry.
It's the Fashion Law LLM.
Fashion Law.
Yeah. We should have put a link probably, but
it's in the slides, and I think everyone will get the slides also afterwards in the mail out. So I'll make sure it's in there.
Yeah. We're basically posting our events, exhibitions that we go together as a class, and new up-to-date informations.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that. It's such a creative group. So
oh, thank you. Okay.
On the podcast, has anything controversial been said that you can speak on now that you had to essentially cut out on?
Well, we are recorded, though.
Well, no,
without too much details.
I won't name names. We did do an interview with two barristers, a Casey and a barrister on a case, and the defendant who lost took great offence to it and interacted with us. Well, we didn't interact with her on LinkedIn, but I think nothing, again, this is the thing about being accurate. You need to be accurate if you're saying anything on social media, because it's completely searchable, and yeah, the hubbub all died down, but this is the thing about editing things. You just need to be careful. There are people involved in these cases. They may not agree completely with what's happened with the judgment, and you just need to take account of their feelings. But this person did take, to a degree, it wasn't necessarily with me, it was with one of the barristers, but it all calmed down and it's fine now, so everyone's happy, so yeah.
You had a question?
When it comes to building an online presence and your online brand, how do you strike the balance between putting stuff out there that's maybe related to your personal life and combining that with obviously knowledge related to the field that you're trying to get involved in?
I personally post nothing about my personal life in relation to my work. I know other people do. I think it was about 3 years ago, our firm had a sort of an away day for the whole firm, and people have different policies on this. Personally, my personal and my business life don't mix. I think if you do post things on LinkedIn, which is more about you, you probably get more likes and more interaction. When I do, there's nothing semi-personal I post on, but it's about my work, so I very much compartmentalize it. Now, not necessarily saying you shouldn't. Yeah, I think other people have a different attitude. They maybe post about issues at work, or I don't know, maternity or paternity or things like that. I think the lady earlier said, follow your star, whatever best for you, whatever. For me, it's business is business and personal life is personal life, and I don't mix them, so that's that.
You can always have separate accounts, have personal that are private, and then your own.
There's like a YouTube video of, it's another one of those comic videos, but it's basically a review video of all these people who've lost their jobs by posting on TikTok and about their job. Like when I see people tweeting but posting about issues at work, I think, why would you do that? Why?
Or you don't want to fall in one of those really funny LinkedIn tropes, Yeah. My wife gave birth yesterday, and this is what I learned about B2B sales. There's plenty of those, so maybe avoid that type of posts. So, yeah.
That's a perfect example.
Any more questions? Did I miss someone? Yeah.
Sorry, so in your line of work, people advise to have more of like a discreet, so in your line of work, people, Frederica? Yeah. People advise to have like limited contacts online, right? So what if they did want to like promote their own skill set or who they are online? Would they have to make a separate LinkedIn account, or how do they... Does the contract allow for that?
No profile.
A lot of it is left at the preference of the person, because not everybody who works for the firm does undercover work or wants to do undercover work. It's kind of, there's a lot of desk-based work that we do. So similar to every other normal job, let's say, it's perfectly acceptable and allowed, or encourage even to have, you know, personal LinkedIn and everything. There are some of my colleagues who were hired to do underground work or discovered they prefer doing that type of work, who have decided that it's safer for them to maintain a more discreet presence, but it's entirely at your own discretion. So if you want to be involved in that type of work, that's something we advise just for your own personal safety. But if you don't want to be involved, there's plenty of other work that's more, you know, desk-based or, you know, like out in the open, that perfectly allows to have your own name out there and LinkedIn profile and promoting of your own personal skills as well. So nothing is mandatory in any sense, but if you decide to go into doing a lot of that type of work, then it's probably for the best. You know, you don't want people to show up at, you know, or messaging you on your personal profiles. You know, we've had that happen with our work emails before, especially when you do takedowns of people selling counterfeits on platform like Amazon or eBay. We've had some of the sellers emailing us who are work emails saying, oh, this is how I feed my children, please, you know, things like that. So you want that to happen on your everyday, but yeah, it's nothing is mandatory. It's completely your own choice.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I mean, it's not really a question. It's more of a, oh my gosh, it's more of a comment. No, it sort of is a question. I mean, I think, so I always encourage the students to join LinkedIn. And I think it's a really useful place, not only to network, but also to find out what's happening and to even get research ideas. I mean, with the demise of Twitter, there's a whole social media research platform that's sort of disappeared. Do you think it's the most important one now when it comes to a professional profile, and should it be attached to other activities like blogging or anything like that, with all the risks that entails?
I still think LinkedIn is the most important one. It's very much viewed as a business social media platform. I know there's some complaints you see every so often. This isn't Facebook, so why are you posting about politics? I avoid politics or making any comment on anything in that, giving my personal opinion on politics. I just avoid it. I do think Facebook's the most important thing. Blogging, I think you have to be committed to blogging. You have to do it regularly. You can't just do a few. And it's a bit like the podcasts. My understanding is 50% of podcasts end after the 3rd episode. So we're on our 48th. So I think that's quite good. But you need to be committed to this. And I think you need to be, it needs to be you. It needs to be genuine. I know that's very, there's a comment about AI, and you can tell an AI post. But I think you need to, I think the guy behind talked about, I don't mix personal and business, but they need to know it's your posting and you have a personality behind it, and maybe, I don't know, people are a bit ironic and a bit quirky on posting. Other people have a certain style. I think you have to have your own style, but I think LinkedIn is the most important thing. Other forums, Instagram, I'm a bit old, but I'm trying to get into Instagram. Other forums, I don't know, but I think if you're going to do blogging, you need to be committed, and you need to know you can't do 2 or 3, and then. But fashion is a very good sector because it's constantly coming up with interesting cases. So yeah.
True. And actually, on LinkedIn, last question, I promise. How do you feel about the use of words like delighted and thrilled? Because I do confess I use delighted quite a lot. I'm delighted to use delighted. I'm sure I was delighted about fashion all day. Is there something wrong with that optimism?
It's part of the platform's jargon, isn't
Exactly.
it? You kind of have to, in a way, conform to the language that everybody else is using. So I think if used with taste, let's say, I think it's absolutely fine.
Or with irony.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not saying I went through a phase. You get in legal. You see all the legal lawyers posting. I'm in legal 500. I went through a phase last year not doing it at all, but I've got back into that now.
Right.
So you're honoured or you're humbled.
I'm not going to do any of those.
But I think.
But I'm constantly delighted about events.
But I think you need to have a personality.
Yeah.
Behind your posting that people know it's you. Otherwise, you just
Yes,
get lost in the algorithm. So
yeah, very good point. I think that's a good point because I have seen lots of posts that are clearly generated, and I just can't be bothered. Or even comments, or you can see, and you just go, okay, do you even know I'm here? But yeah, I agree with that.
it's interesting to see what things take off and what things don't.
It's probably a trend cycle like everything else, isn't it?
Good point.
So yeah, blogging probably was part of the trend cycle maybe a decade ago. Now probably you can even write articles straight onto LinkedIn, if I'm not mistaken, or link onto, again, X is not really part of the equation anymore, but probably LinkedIn is more, as mentioned, more commercially used. Blogging is maybe falling a little bit behind, unless it's a very established blog like the IP Cat, where everybody knows it exists and there's constant content being published and it's well known and respected.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I keep. A good point about blogs is like the Kluwer copyright blog. So that's run more like a journal. Things are reviewed and checked, and so it's a really good source. I forgot what I was going to say. So I'll do it back to you.
I don't know if it exists still, but when I was doing the LLM, we were writing the blog post for the QM Law Journal, IP journal. That doesn't exist anymore. But
because for exactly that reason, there
now
was
it's
so
been
much resources attached to
exactly.
it.
Now probably LinkedIn is, or an Instagram profile. It's a little bit easy to communicate what you want to communicate and reach the right target audience. Rather, I'm not sure. Like blogging is very much a thing of the day. Maybe it's coming back a little bit more with the rise of Substack and all of those paid for content that people are getting back into. Yes,
kind of a blog.
Yes, exactly. Medium, true.
But my one, a truly viral post. Sorry, a truly viral post on LinkedIn was one I did, which was when Springer, I think it was Springer, published a book with fabricated citations. Yeah, and the book, get this bit, was on ethics in AI. So the editors hadn't checked properly, and it's hard to do. It is hard to do, but it was horrifying. But I posted about it, and it was reposted, I think, over 1,000 times. And I can't remember how many thousands of likes and reactions and things. And I thought, I can't find it. Am I going to do this every time? I'm just going to start policing. But it is, like you say. But I thought that was interesting because I've seen, and perhaps it's my algorithm, but I've seen a lot more about this pushback against the inaccuracies, particularly if you're kind of looking at legal LinkedIn, but also from computer scientists and so forth about the inaccuracies. So that's a sort of a trending moment. But what I found useful about that was, by reason of that post, I also connected with a lot more people. So like you say, Lee, through those interactions are also quite important. I've discovered people that I want to read a bit more about, or I want to talk to, and things like that. So yeah.
I've probably been commenting more on other people's posts more recently, and that's another, and maybe for a student, that's maybe another avenue for you. You may not necessarily constantly going to be posting new content, but I think you can make an intelligent comment, and you do get followers and you do get new connections just by making an interesting comment or taking part in the conversation. Like the Moo Moo Melon thing, I think a lady posted that about a week ago, and she had 2,000 or 3,000. Straight off, it just took off, and I commented on it. Others commented on it. I think if you're a student, that's maybe an easy way in to LinkedIn, but just make intelligent comment. That's all I would say. So.
Well, are there any
questions?
Well, I want to congratulate our two LLM rats, Lena Creek. Thank you so much to Lee Curtis and to Federica Bigotto, who, by the way, is a fashion alum from the very first incarnation of fashion. So it's really wonderful to have you back today. So we have another networking break, and then we will close with the careers panel and the student panel. We have a fantastic panel now. So this is the Meet the Mentors panel. We're going to be talking about fashion careers. So we're very lucky to have this stellar lineup of mentors. So we have Tamsin Knights from HGF. We have Claire Adams, and some of you may have met Claire already yesterday. Then we have Christiana Loizidis from Sheridan's, and of course Federica Bigotto from Cerberus IP. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask each of the speakers to kind of first perhaps comment on how you got into fashion law. So I'll start with you, Tamsin.
Hi, so I'm Tamsin. I'm a trainee trademark attorney at HGF. I work with Lee, who spoke earlier today. I don't think I necessarily intended to go directly into fashion law. I knew I wanted to go into intellectual property coming out of uni, and so I was looking for trainee roles. And I think the way that HGF is positioned within the IP market, you know, going into my interview, I was talking about the Fashion and IP podcast and the LinkedIn group, and that really speaks to the brand image and what we were speaking about earlier, and not necessarily just attracting the clients, but also attracting the talent and the people that you want to work with. I knew that that was sort of where the people I would be working directly with were positioned. So that was very exciting going into it.
Hello. I went in at the deep end because I went in-house as the lawyer. Well, I was so I trained at Mishkon's next door. I was there for about 8 years, and then the opportunity came up to go to work for Gucci Group, as it then was. Now it's Caring, and I jumped at the chance. And I was a general commercial lawyer, but with an IP LLM and an IP bent to my commercial practice. And I went to look after the UK brands for Gucci Group, as well as for the other brands, largely French and Italian, when they were in the UK. So I got a baptism of fire a bit, as one does in-house, but I got the bug, and I stayed for 16 years. So that was, ultimately I became general counsel for Alexander McQueen for 10 years until just a few years ago. And I built up a team. I was their first general counsel. And in terms of what I did, it was the sort of the full gamut of work, managing all the legal work for the business, and building up a little team. So doing a lot of the intellectual property work, working with people like these guys, and external counsel, these guys, and also Frederica looking after the counterfeiting issues. So just really the whole gamut, sometimes even the photocopier contract, it's that glamorous. So, and I dealt with, all the sort of aspects of the creative side of things, the business side of things, as Lee was saying earlier, having sort of a grasp of the business that you're interested in practicing law in is really important. And one of the reasons I went in-house was because I found that as a commercial lawyer, I was spread across a lot of different businesses, from sort of publishing to sports rights to etc. And what I really wanted to do was get under the skin of a particular business, and it rewarded me. Hence, I stayed a fairly long time, and now I'm having a bit of a rest. So I will pass over.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to work backwards. So kind of where I'm at now, and kind of what led me to kind of be here based from my early days as a junior lawyer. So I work at a law firm called Sheridan's, which has a big focus in the creative sectors, and obviously fashion is a highly creative sector. I'm also an intellectual property lawyer, so have had throughout my whole career working and dealings with all kind of different heads of IP, including patents, which I don't do now, but is ironically quite prevalent in the fashion industry. And I suppose kind of what got me here was kind of at the very junior stage of my career, kind of finding the opportunities. I knew I wanted to be an IP lawyer. I worked at a big corporate law firm that had a comparatively small IP team, but it was small and mighty, and so managed to get a lot of opportunities whilst I was there, a lot in the fashion space, and sometimes actually acting for the investors in the fashion brand, so doing a lot of kind of due diligence work. I wanted to flip. I wanted to kind of move to the more kind of the brand focus, and what I see now, kind of acting, kind of coming, not the other side, not quite there yet, but kind of like on the journey in my career is kind of like the kind of investment that I have to make in my clients, and especially in the fashion brand. They don't come to me because I'm their IP lawyer. They come to me because I'm their lawyer, and I can pull the right strings when I need to, alongside my colleagues, to kind of give them the right advice. So I suppose kind of what got me to here was kind of knowing that I had a particular interest, being curious about what I was doing, finding the opportunities and kind of taking them and building on those.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Federica from earlier. Slightly different route for me in the sense that I've always, halfway through law school, I did my law studies in Italy. If anybody's Italian, know that the way we approach law studies is very different from here, a lot more theoretical. So had a bit of a crisis halfway the 5 years, because it's a 5 years course, where I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I've always had really big passion for the fashion industry, so trying to find ways where I could combine both. Back in the day, that's how I discovered IP law more generally, which was not even very much thought as part of the general curriculum, so just an elective that you could pick in your 5th year. So that's how I went into that, knowing specifically that I wanted to apply that to fashion. So I did my first dissertation in fashion law, and then came here, did my LLM, specifically at Queen Mary, because they were one of the only universities that had a specific class in fashion law, which Joe thought, but still back then, 10 years ago. Did my dissertation, and my idea was to stay in academia, did a PhD in fashion law and everything. But I came to the realization that, I came here straight from my degree, another degree, and never really worked in the field. So I just wanted to get some practical experience before continuing with my, academic journey, and found this job at Cerberus IP, where I deal specifically with a lot of the fashion and beauty matters. And I've been there ever since because I really enjoy the work. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to go back and do a PhD at some point, but for the moment I am there. So slightly different route, not of the qualified lawyer, but more as a consultant, analyst, investigator, if you wish.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, it was an absolute pleasure having you in the cohort. I think that's actually a few interesting points that have come out from all of you, and especially you, Claire, when you talk about the nature of the work and wanting that kind of focus. And then Christiana, the fact that clients also want that kind of focus. And I think that's very important. I think it's really important to acknowledge that we are looking at a climate now that it's already specialized, it's increasingly specialized. So it's a situation where you want to distinguish yourselves and you want to present to the client something that the client trusts, that they're looking to you for your expertise in the industry and your affinity with the industry. And I think that's what's so critically important. And I just saw another one of my PhDs, so welcome, Trupti. So perhaps I realize you have quite different clients, but is it a similar kind of relationship, Federica? Because they're still passionate. If we look specifically to fashion counterfeits, yeah. The sort of way of engendering that trust from in you from your client.
Yeah.
So does it come from that expertise?
It is, yes. It's very important that they know that we have an understanding of what the product is and what the brand image is, what the brand is trying to communicate, what their positioning on the market is, and why they are pursuing the counterfeiter in this case. What's the main goal, beside obviously the obvious understanding who's behind it and all of that, but showing them that you have an understanding of their positioning, who they are, what they do, what the brand stands for, what their image is. It's very important to gain trust, obviously, because they can understand that we understand them.
What matters to
exactly,
them.
exactly.
Yeah.
And also being able to come up with strategies that are tailored to their specific niche within the market, because as you know, there's many fashion brands that occupy a lot of different, niches within the market, and they have different brand strategies, brand positioning. So being able to understanding what they stand for and elaborate strategies that match that, I think it's important.
And perhaps if sorry. One mic. Perhaps if I ask you, Claire, so working for a brand, so in your time as General Counsel for Alexander McQueen, so we were talking earlier this morning about how really quite rich the in-house experience is, because you are the client at the same time. You have that affinity for the client. So how important is that kind of focus on fashion, clearly, but in a way that it influences how you approach things commercially as well?
That's a multifaceted question. Learning to be an in-house lawyer from having been outside counsel is quite a big journey.
Yes.
And it's not one that everyone wants to take. I mean, if you're a purist and you want to do patents, it probably in-house is not the thing for you. You do have to, as I was trying to illustrate with the photocopier contract, turn yourself to whatever it is that is important to the client. But ultimately, particularly when you get to the point of being the general counsel, you're in the room to give counsel and to understand the different functions in the room and what they bring to the room. So you can't just go in there as the lawyer and say, you're there as the lawyer, but part of what you need to do is to understand the business, and part of what you need to do when you're transitioning from being an external counsel that has a particular role, and it has an important role for the in-house counsel, because you go to them for their specialism, you go for their distance from the subject, and obviously, as a solicitor, you have obligations in relation to conflicts and those sorts of things. So these are things that you juggle as an in-house lawyer on a daily basis, and you need to have. You need to be comfortable with the people that you're working with to do that. But they need to be comfortable with you as well, because if you're remote from the subject matter, if you don't understand, in fashion, for instance, how the seasons work, if you don't understand how retail works in different countries, because a lot of things is bricks and mortar, you need to understand the business from bottom up as well. And so, I mean, at McQueen, they introduced something where people go to the shop floor, and I think that's brilliant, that they take people from who are working not just as lawyers, but e-commerce or selling to B2B, as we were discussing yesterday, and they say, okay, this is what it's like to be in front of the customer. And I think as the lawyer, you have to look for all of those opportunities and say, and try and understand what it is, because part of your job is joining up I hate the word, but the silos. Part of your job is to connect the dots, and to do, again, what you guys were doing yesterday. You're looking at a big scenario, and you're not just looking at it as a lawyer, you're picking out the various topics, and you're showing that you understand the environment. So when you engage someone like Frederica to do her specialist work, you also need to understand, as she was indicating earlier, that there are PR issues involved. Because, as you say, there's a young mother who says, but I sell these counterfeits, and that's the thing that feeds my kids. And you need to take that into account and say, okay, how do we formulate a counterfeit structure, a counterfeit strategy, anti-counterfeit strategy that takes into account the global bit of the business. So part of what you're doing is putting the puzzle together, which is why doing the sort of practical exercises that you do are great.
Actually, I'm sorry. I am really delighted you raised that, actually, because that is something we really focus on in the Fashion Enterprise module, which, of course, Claire was here yesterday to hear all of the enterprise presentations, which is exactly that. You get familiar with what it feels like for these things to matter to you. It's your enterprise. This is what your brand goes through, and your affinity with this kind of way of looking at it, like you say, Claire, that holistic view is how the brand thinks. And so when they come to you, Christiana, do you find that you're dealing with people, but you're also dealing with the other person in the room, which is the brand?
For sure. So, you know, the kind of clients that I out for now kind of will range from a very small and upcoming designer, sometimes even at student stage, all the way through to kind of a big brand. And I suppose kind of I had in-house experience before I got to Sheridan's, and you know, I really kind of resonate with what you're saying, because a lot of the time, even for our clients, we have to kind of put our feet in their shoes and understand and almost feel the pain of what they're going through when it comes to things like the counterfeits. The counterfeit depends how high the shoes are. But
there's a very good post in the slideshow upstairs of Osland standing in front of the word pain.
But yeah, so you do have to think of that person, that brand in the room, and kind of sympathise with it, as well as kind of find the right solutions, because there's always going to be tensions with what you're trying to do. There's going to be the straight down the line law advice, and you know, in IP, when you're, for example, talking about trademarks, for every case that says yes, there's a case that says no. So you're always in the grey. So you're navigating that. Plus, you're navigating, you know, it could be that you're dealing with the designer themselves that has actually got their name on the product. It's not just, you know, the product may have been copied or they're trying to commercialize it. Actually, it's their name that's attached to it. So yeah, you do have to pull on a lot of different skill set, but kind of guide them counsel them on the legal kind of avenue, bearing in mind kind of all the other different things that are going on. And you know, obviously budget is another big issue that we're trying to navigate with all the time as well. So you're trying to help prioritize, reprioritize, reassess, and then go for it.
Yeah, I think you have to go in also as an advocate for the law as a tool to build the business. So the building brand value is something that you can positively add. You're there to protect it, but also to advise in how you can exploit it and how that builds brand value for the future. And that is ultimately what all these businesses are doing. They're building equity in the brand, and so this is where, you know, the skill in being a trademark attorney and those sorts of things really comes in as well. And you really rely on people to bring that sort of skill to the table to allow you to say, okay, well, what shall I register? I mean, this is a fast-moving, fast-paced business, but I've also got to think 3 years into the future. When am I going to really kick myself if I haven't registered? Well, you know, we were talking yesterday about doing checks on designs and making sure that you've done the correct searches and things. And it's a constant balance to say, you know, again, how do I help to build that value? How do I best put the budget to use? Once you build a big trademark portfolio or a big design portfolio, that's great, but then you've got to go out and protect it. And so then you need more money. And I'll let you have your answer to that.
And I think following on from what you said, that's one thing as a trainee I really struggled with to start with. When you say you're working with those smaller brand founders and, you know, small designers like what we had on Friday, Mark, it's trying to explain to them and say, well, yes, you can put into ChatGPT and it might throw out, you should file for this in class 25 and you should have a trademark for this. But also, have you thought about having a design? Have you thought about what other avenues of protection there are and the value that we can give, not just in establishing that portfolio, but down the line, should you need it, how we can help with enforcement and also defending that portfolio when they do hopefully grow to be a big brand from that that small little fish as a designer to set out.
So is the question of the client doing that, throwing something into ChatGPT? I'm assuming you're not saying. Because an interesting kind of aside to that is, in fact, that legal fees, rather than it being revolutionizing and making everything cheaper, legal fees are going up because there's more work in checking the rubbish that clients are doing and then the expectations that they bring in. So, but we won't talk about them. But I think, but also following on from that, Tamsin, so you said how you sort of didn't necessarily move into fashion intentionally, but you are more and more in fashion now. What's your sort of favorite things or your kind of challenges about being in fashion and that being your trajectory now?
I think one of my favourite things is the exposure to designs. I'm on the postgraduate course at QM at the moment and just coming to the end of that. And networking with the other trainees, a lot of them have never come across a design on their desk. They've never worked with a client on one before. And, you know, they are such a great tool, and we work for some clients where we do design clearances as part of an overall IP clearance search, and I really enjoy that because it's looking at it from a purely fashion perspective. You know, if you change the collar or if you change the laces on the shoes, does that mitigate the risk such that you're just that right side of the line? So that's looking at it from a very design fashion perspective, as opposed to the purely legalistic trademark building the brand side of things. So
I mean, I think that's a good example, because it also brings in again the direct contact you have with the creative process. To what extent did that sort of, I mean, I can ask any of you, whoever wants to grab the mic, but to what extent does that come into your day-to-day, that direct contact with the creative process and the clients coming in wanting you to understand why this matters as creatives? Who wants to grab that one?
So for us, it comes in kind of daily, and I think that knowing this particular clients that we've worked for since kind of the very beginning of their journey, and with regards to kind of a recent example, like we're working with a client as they're developing their product. So we're saying to them, you know, how should we be protecting this? When's your launch? How are we tracking back from that? What's the work that we're building to kind of help you, not just, as Claire was saying, not just like for now, bless you, but all the way kind of through to kind of 3, 5, 10 years down the line where they might be looking for sale, looking at sales. So we're not necessarily just kind of processing the filings. We're often kind of working with our clients and the creative space to say, actually, this might not work for these reasons, and this is the law bit, and you kind of like, you know, dilute the legal jargon, but you kind of emphasize the bits that they can help improve, that moves them in the right direction and on the right side of the line. And that we do that a lot with designs, we do that a lot with trademarks, we do that a lot with kind of even their launches around kind of the advertising around their brand. So yeah, it's great to be kind of part of that process as well.
Yeah. I think that's really important about being a fashion lawyer, that sympathy for the creative process, that you have an affinity with fashion, that you're interested, that you understand it, that you understand the system, you understand the language of fashion. So for anyone wanting to enter, to sort of move towards a career in fashion law, we've got people from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different stages of career. What would be your top piece of advice? Do you want to go first then? If you, a very important fashion lawyer has a meeting. Exactly.
Entirely unrelated,
this is not
but
just a performance.
yes, what was my top piece of advice for? I mean, you know, probably if you're sitting here, that's my piece of advice. I think, you know, people, as you say, things are becoming a bit more specialist. People are expected to be quite business savvy. You know, the days of very long advices that are unrelated to the context hopefully are gone. But I think also, look for a gap in the market. I was speaking to Laura yesterday, and she's saying exactly that. And I said, well, these are all global businesses. These are all consumer-facing businesses. Are you interested in international private law? Are you interested in something that you can see that businesses will be engaged with? That's one way. Another thing I think is, maybe don't go after your dream job immediately. Maybe go and make sure that you learn your trade, because when you're
Where's the LLM sign?
Sorry. Because when you're there and you're gonna, you need to be sure that that's what you want to do, and you need to hit the ground running. And if you've got a really good training in private practice, or in the relevant aspects in the trademark attorney, if you've got those things under your belt, it's going to serve you brilliantly, and it will also help you relate to your colleagues in the legal world, because you speak their language and you're the interpreter. So I think there are good entry-level in-house positions, usually not immediately in fashion, but in the sort of creative world there are, maybe beauty, something like that, where they have much bigger in-house teams. And I think in Italy, for instance, it's also very different. I know a lot of colleagues who've never, but if I'm talking really quite specifically about the market here. Just get that under your belt, learn your trade, and then you're useful to your business. Yeah. But I'm sorry, I do have to go.
No,
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Claire. See you soon. Yes, let's clap Claire out.
I think echoing on from previous advice, my one thing I always say to people if they say message me on LinkedIn or come and have a chat and say, how can I get into either training to be a trademark attorney or going into IP, is just to demonstrate how commercial you are and show a real interest in brands generally, whether that be in fashion, in beauty, in retail. You need to understand the landscape that they're operating in and what the business is trying to achieve all the time.
I think that I think I said this last time I did a panel, but kind of being curious about kind of the subject matter that you're involved in, because I think what Claire said about having an excellent grounding, kind of knowing the law, which is why you guys are here doing a great program, kind of getting the right foundation in place in terms of the training and your first kind of role, wherever that may be, and whatever in whatever kind of sector of law you want to get involved in, and in whatever industry you want to get involved in, and then kind of taking the advantages that are there in front of you, because sometimes you have to make your own opportunities, and the idea is that you should be aiming to be an all-rounder in kind of your particular sector of expertise, rather than just being able to wave a flag and say I'm a fashion lawyer, because you can say that anyway, but are you really, are you the person that I'm going to come and speak to if I'm busy, I'm the sole counsel at Alexander McQueen, that's what you're kind of up against. So I think it kind of it echoes what has been said before, but yeah, that would be my bit of advice.
Yeah, fully agree. Very similar. Be open to any opportunity that comes up. Might not be your dream role to begin with, but just make sure that you take any advantages that come through whatever role you are in at the moment to get to the role that you want to be in. I didn't even know my job existed when I interviewed for it or when I was researching for it. So never say never. What something that you don't know might end up being something that you are very passionate about. But if you know that a specific sector is what you would like to get into at some point, I would say, as Tamsin was saying, keep up with the brand, make sure that you know how it works, positioning, keep up with the evolutions, and make sure that you know what's happening with them, just to make sure that you are updated to what's happening out there, because it's a very fast-moving sector. Yeah. So just even a couple of years or even a couple of months might make a big difference. So just make sure that you know what's happening at that moment. just to show that you have like a commercial understanding of the situation. That would be very helpful.
Yeah. I think that was very helpful advice, and I really like what you said, Cristiano, about being an all-rounder, because I'm going to do a plug, because why not? It's the day. But that is something we've really focused on in developing the LLM in fashion law, that you leave a genuinely commercial lawyer. You do understand the whole environment, the whole landscape. You do understand the relevance of tax, in different contexts as well. You have explored the whole domain of the whole range of issues around sustainability. You come out with finance, you come out with e-commerce. These are the sorts of things that matter, and I completely agree with you, which is also why, we don't pull it out of the air. The LLM in fashion law is for a reason. Practice is becoming more specialized according to industry. So people are going into industries and are experts in that industry, and they're passionate about it. I love that you said be curious, because once again, I'm going to shout out to Belinda. Belinda said the same thing in another panel that we had. And it is also my motto. I think the thing I love to share with the students is exploring new ideas and being able to feel equipped to come to class and go, I want to hear about this, I want to talk about this. I totally agree, things change all the time. My slides are constantly changing. But I think that's also the excitement, isn't it? Because it is a genuinely creative place to be. I'm not trying to sell that fashion law is glamorous all the time, but you are dealing with such creative work and really complicated. Like Lee said, it's one of the most interesting areas, even if we're just talking IP. It's one of the most interesting industries for IP. There's so much interacting. And that's why, of course, all of the students on the LLM in fashion law leave with every IP right. You've studied the lot and you've looked at everything. But I've talked a lot. But we have some time for questions. If you have any questions for the panel. Or we have another Q&A at the end. We'll have a plenary Q&A. We can leave it till then. What would you like to do? The Be Curious is a very nice segue to the fabulous current cohort of LLM in fashion law, who are almost all here. Maybe not all. Half? Half are here. Half, but we couldn't do more than half because we wouldn't fit around the table. If there are no questions, are there any questions? There must be. No? Okay. Well, we can open it up to the Q&A at the end. I just want to thank you all very much. I always learn something from these discussions, but I also, I love the careers discussions because they reflect the passion in fashion lawyers. And you can see people who are genuinely interested and knowledgeable about their craft and about their industry. So thank you very much. So now we have a very special session, which is the new one, because was not possible last year. It's the student panel. So who's coming down for this? I know you're not all necessarily coming down, but if you are. So we've got quite a few of the fashion law students here. Now this panel is about asking them some of your questions. I know you've spoken to a lot of them already. Sorry, I'll give you that so you can have that control. I'll stand up here. And are there enough chairs? And so, I've got more. Do you want more chairs? No, come on down. Or someone can sit in the front row. We've got five chairs.
We can bring that one too.
Do you want to bring another chair? Yeah. Which? Oh, what, the high chair? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Oh wow, you're going to do the super high chair.
I don't think we need that. Is it alright? Yeah.
I think Hugo's grabbing a chair. Yeah, look at him go.
I think we were fine. We're not even that many people.
No, I think you just need Hugo's chair. That's it. So yeah, you sit.
Oh yeah.
And then Hugo's got one, so we don't need the high chair.
Is there any seating plans going
No, you can sit wherever you like. Okay. So this is some of the current cohort, and so they're available to. Oh, you're going to join us too. Good.
Oh, should I bring another one?
Maybe
You can sit in that one.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the current cohort. They're coming from all around the world, but they're here to answer all of your questions. We've got a few sneaking up at the back. I'm glad you're taking photos because I've forgotten all day, so I hope you've taken loads. If you're happy to introduce yourselves quickly and where, like, your background and how you ended up on the Fashion Law LLM. Who wants to start?
Hello, I'm Sarah, and I decided to do fashion law because it was really interesting and it was like the first fashion law. And I remember seeing Johanna's lecture on YouTube and I was like really interested with like all the material that she wanted to teach, and I was just really excited and I signed up for it and I contacted Johanna and she was like, "You're in the fashion law group." And then, yeah, and I'm originally Nepalese, but I'm British. Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Lena. I'm the cost rep together with Özlem, and I am from Germany. I have a background in intellectual property and competition law, and I did work in regulation and finance for a while. But after I did my state exam in Germany, that's a very tough. That's a very tough time. I wanted to do something that's only fun, and this is why I chose the Fashion Law LLM instead of a general IP one, and I'm very happy with my choice.
Hi, I'm Annie. I'm also from Germany. I interned in like a fashion firm in Germany, which was quite fun, and then studied law. Always wanted to go back to fashion, but didn't know how that would be possible. And then I found IP law, which I thought was quite fun. Worked a bit as a research assistant in IP, but then decided to do an LLM in London and was considering Queen Mary, but first for IP. And then I saw, oh my God, there's a fashion law LLM. It's the first year. So I immediately applied for it, and now I'm here, and yeah, couldn't be happier. Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Nehemiah. I actually came from professional employment, so I used to work in finance for about 8 years or so. But I kind of fell into it, and I think after a while I just realized that I'm either going to do something that I really enjoy, or I'm just going to keep doing the finance thing. And there's a bit of finance, a bit of fashion that runs in my family as well, so I think I had like a really good motivation to pivot and try something that really interests me. So yeah, here I am. It's been a really good year, really lovely classmates. So yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Emma. My way of getting into this program was kind of a way of finding myself as well. I came from Norway, so I've lived here since 2020. And I initially just did general law, came from a family of lawyers. So I was thinking, how can I get more creative with this while still pleasing the family, basically? And started the general LLM, chose a lot of different modules that I liked, ended up loving the fashion law modules and switched over before Christmas. Best decision. Used to do property law, didn't really like it. So this is a really good change, and I'm really loving what we're talking and teaching about. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Özlem. I'm coming from Turkey. I qualified as a lawyer in Turkey as well. And I did my first master's at King's College in IP law. And then I worked as a trademark paralegal for a year. And I remember it was last year, we were coming to the end of August, and my flatmate sent me the application for the Fashion Law LLM. And I was like, oh my God, I have to apply for this. It's like something I would do. And we were coming to the end of the deadline. And my application almost didn't go through, but I messaged to Professor Johanna on LinkedIn, and then she helped me with everything. And here I am right now, and I'm very happy to be here.
Hello, everybody. So happy to see all you guys. Hopefully you find the talk so far super interesting and makes you want to join the Fashion LLM as well. My name is Hugo. I'm from France. I did the whole basic law studies part in France, so that's 5 years. And then I came here to be able to qualify here in the UK and go back to France and qualify there as well. So far, I've been loving the Fashion LLM as well. Nothing too interesting that you haven't anyway so far. But yeah, I really recommend it, and hopefully you guys find or experience interesting and insightful as well.
Hello, my name is Yun. I'm a qualified lawyer in Taiwan, and during my first master degree, I work on IP protection on fashion industry, and then because during my working experience, a lot of my clients is fashion industry, so that's why I come to UK to pursue this and hope you enjoy this lecture, this fashion law open day. Yes.
So thank you. So we're going to do it as a Q&A if you've got any specific questions for the panel, or I will just keep asking questions. So any questions from the audience? Everyone's questioned out? I know you've been all doing a fantastic job talking to everybody, so you've probably already raised all their questions. But I'm going to say something about this group. So it's been very exciting. I don't know why I'm using this. It's been a very exciting journey because this is obviously the first of this is the very first cohort. This is the, well, I mean, you're not all here, but these are history making, and so we've been on this journey together. And I can honestly say, so we've been incredibly busy. We've worked really hard, but I have loved it. And the thing is, I have really appreciated all of you because the discussions we've had have been amazing. And it's energizing working with you. So I think it's because we're all really loving what we're doing. So we're all really loving the subject matter. Everybody is really knowledgeable. Everybody is really engaged. And it's honestly, genuinely been a privilege to work with you all. I'm gonna miss you terribly when you all go. But I think this is the best part of teaching, which when you have this environment where you have that genuine dialogue with each other, and it's this and we're kind of informing each other's research and interests. I hope a few of them will stay for PhDs. You never know. But yeah, it's been amazing, and working with them and the tremendous work that they've been producing, and yeah, we've got one hiding up the back there. Yeah, I mean, for me, thank you for being part of this first year. It's a really special year. It's the history year, and it's been amazing being with all of you. And I think the other good thing about, I mean, I don't know, you can comment on this, and here I'll give you the microphone. But also the kind of support for each other. Like, how have you felt? Because you're quite a close-knit group, and it's kind of a ready-made study group. You've done lots of exhibitions and other events together. You made that. Did you ask the chef to make the LLM fashion law cake at Christmas? And they did it. That's amazing. I mean, that's in the slides. That was fantastic. So and I think that is another indication of also this is your network moving forward as well. You are going to all know each other and be able to get in touch with each other and so forth. But I mean, what is it? Is there a standout moment for you on the program? Like, is there something that you will always remember?
For sure. I think it goes back to what you're saying now as well. I think personally, I was looking for a third space where I could talk about the things in the depth that I wanted to. And the best part about this module and this master's in general has been to be able to talk to everyone about things that I'm generally interested in, and then not hearing back like, oh, whatever. Like, they can keep a conversation, and our lectures and everything are genuinely very interesting. And it's really good to like get that out of the system, honestly, and then have really deeper chats about things that you couldn't come up on your own. Yeah.
This is good. They're fighting over positive things.
I feel like you're gonna gain a lot of critical thinking after this LLM, because I used to, look at an art piece and just enjoy it, or with the fashion as well, just look at it and I'm like, oh, look at this aesthetic, it's so beautiful. But here in the class, it's like Professor Johanna's like, what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this image? And it's like, after this, wherever you go, whatever you do, like you scroll on social media, you just develop that critical thinking, and then you can see the legal problems that could arise from it. And I think it's just a great talent that we embedded in ourselves.
That's great.
I mean, I can only continue on saying what they were saying. I just love the discussions. Like in Germany, studying law is highly theoretical. You get 5 different theories, need to list them all in an exam, but then you can only follow one while solving a case. And here we discuss topics we're all interested in, and yeah, it's just a nice back and forth with Johanna, but also with other students, which I'm not used to from Germany. Yeah.
Fantastic. So, sorry, no. So I mean, I don't have further questions, but does any questions about their decisions or any advice do you have? If somebody's going to embark on the LLM in fashion law, what's your key piece of advice? Yeah.
I think what I really came to realize that nothing is ever black and white. When you may be seeing
Except we're all wearing black and white, but that is intentional for this moment.
when you may be looking at something or a particular issue relates to fashion, it's not as straightforward as saying, oh, this person's in the right or this person's in the wrong. There's just so much context that needs to be taken into account. And I think this course really gives you the ability to sort of see things from a wider picture. And it's definitely a skill that you're going to be able to like take into the world and really apply from like a professional perspective to be able to actually take all the relevant aspects into account and then, you know, make an informed analysis and come to a decision that you think is the best way forward. Because even though you might come to a particular decision, it might be the wrong decision in someone else's eyes, but it's just a matter of how can you, you know, provide a compelling argument to actually back your case.
And I think it goes back to what we were talking in the panel as well. This is us being curious. This is us trying to think a little bit deeper about things that we see every day. Too much of, most of us probably, with the screen time. But things kind of start to make sense, especially because of the interdisciplinary research we do. It's not just law. And knowing from my experience in property, it's not just filling in a form. This is actual genuine application to complex issues. And it's kind of fun to have like insider knowledge when you're sitting there talking to someone and you're just like, I know that was marketed to you in some certain way, or I know the legalities of this. So yeah, really great group to explore that and research it with. Yeah.
If I could go back a bit on what was just said, I think the key points are there basically. As somebody that might be studying fashion and that might be working in fashion later, you have a unique perspective and also a very valuable one. And you start early. You start by studying fashion, and it gives you a certain legitimacy to talk about and think about those issues in a much more concrete way. And also because you're part of that group, that LLM, the more curious you are, the more you're willing to engage with the material, you're willing to understand things on a broader scale, the more you'll get out of it. Because in the end, it depends on you, how willing you are to invest yourself, your time, how much do you believe into your project, your fashion aspirations, no matter what they may be. And the more you are attuned and in line with that, the more you'll have an amazing experience.
Yeah. Well, any other thoughts? Yeah, there's a question. All right. Sorry, I'm just going to through. Oh, thank you.
So did any of you have any practical work experience whilst studying the course as well?
Oh, sorry, I've got to go up again.
Sorry, did you mean during the course? Yeah. So I can start with that. I was doing the Q-Legal externship program. So basically at the beginning of the year, you'll get the chance to apply for different positions. And Q-Legal, which is the law clinic of Queen Mary University, offers the opportunity to do an internship in a startup in the midst of like the year and throughout the 2 first semesters. I personally really recommend it because I ended up working for a startup that is kind of connected to the fashion industry. Not quite in the fashion industry, but still related to it. And honestly, like simply going through job interviews, doing job applications at the moment, it's so valuable to have like both that approach, which is more academical, but then having also that professional experience that kind of like compounds and complements it in an excellent way. Because you can not only talk about the things that you know, that you studied, but also about their practical application in the professional world. So.
I didn't do any paid work because it's full-time for me, but I did start working with clients that I think after could be very useful, in the sense that I have friends now that I also can work for, and they can come to me and ask, why is this labeling weird? And it's just like, I can't give you advice, but, you know? And I think that's made me more applicable. So the networking that's come from it, I think is very useful, even if you're not going into law. If you're doing social media or anything like that, it's also very, very useful in creative industries, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because we wouldn't normally advise trying to work alongside a full-time LLM, but there's a lot of networking and a lot of careers events and so forth. So a lot of people, and we have genuine examples of people who've been at networking events and then have gone on to work with because of that meeting. So we try to put you in the face of the right people all the time. And then we also have the careers and mentoring office, which is separate from the, I mean, it's the whole LLM, but there are additional opportunities through that. And then you've also got your individual mentors. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Was there like a class or module that surprised you, or you didn't know you were going to learn something really insightful from it during the LLM?
Do you want me to go ahead?
I think for me, the module I enjoyed the most was the social justice module, just because I think there we had the most interesting discussions. They were so broad. We discussed so many different topics, not only fashion related necessarily, because it touches on so many different topics like slavery or child labor. I mean, that's kind of interrelated. But yeah, I think that was particularly great. And yeah, just my number one module.
Tough question. Honestly, all of them are very good. Especially my favorites are the enterprise one, because you actually get to apply it. And I mean, you get to go to an interview and say, I've already done this. You know, I can say that I made a commercial video now after yesterday. So that was very useful in a career sense. I think the fashion law, the social justice one is also very good for that same reason. And also, we learned a lot about body ideals, which I think was very transformative even on a personal level. So, I mean, you need to understand it to be able to work against it, I guess. So, very useful in that sense. Yeah, I think those are my two favorites.
And also, like to cite, obviously the social justice module was really excellent. If two people talk about it, it must be that good. Yeah. But there's also, personally, I really like the 318 module, which is fashion and sustainability. Not only because it talks about sustainability, which is a huge issue in fashion, no matter how you look at it, but also because throughout the module, you're invited to kind of rethink your appreciation for fashion, even your own clothes, which I think is extremely relevant, because no matter how silly that may sound, it does start with you. And the more aware and conscious you have of thoughts that are in your head, but you haven't really verbalized them yet, it helps tremendously to be much more active from a fashion perspective and a personal perspective.
Yeah.
Sorry. We
emotions. Yeah.
We had a module.
Don't get me started.
We had a module in the first semester, intellectual property, culture, and art. That was my personal favorites, because I guess we just looked at issues within fashion and how it sort of interacts with the wider culture. Because like when we go out in the world, we are the culture. That's how we're interacting with each other. And it was, we looked at a case of a sir called Dapper Dan. This sir who made like bootleg or spin-offs of luxury items like Gucci, Louis Vuitton. But the reason why he made these items and how it was perceived by the courts and by the fashion brand itself, that's something that I found really interesting, to sort of hear like what his motivation was to do something that might have been controversial from a legal perspective, but still have a reason that, in my opinion, should be justified. And again, that goes back to what I said earlier about how can you create a compelling case for what you are doing within the fashion sense. So I thought that was really interesting to sort of like think about like the bigger picture of why things happen within the fashion industry.
Just to add on what you said, I think that's the best part about that module specifically, because you got to experience the point of view of yourself as a consumer. So all of a sudden you have all this knowledge that you can explain away to your friends in an easier way. But then you also see the contentious points that you have with businesses and how to meet in the middle ground to kind of skew, I don't know, the world to become a better place. And I genuinely think a lot of those that came in that module, especially when we talk about AI and innovation and data, things that normally just are key points on headlines now, but are way deeper when you research them together. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I also really like the social justice module, but the culture and art one is also, I mean, I love them all because it was, I mean, I would want to, wouldn't I? I'd be very tired. The thing that was really great about the social justice module was that we had our research roundtables as well. So this is where we all got together on the readings, and some of my PhDs came as well, and we sat around and we talked about what we thought, and we debated the issues, and we all read it with different critical perspectives and different conclusions and different criticisms, and that was fantastic. That was just a really open discussion, a genuine research roundtable, and that was great. And they loved it so much they've even asked for extra work. So this Thursday we are starting our reading group. So here we're just getting together to talk about different readings in fashion, which you guys have been choosing, and the first one is a whole book, so that was ambitious. And so that we can debate the issues, discuss the issues. It's not in a class context, it's not in an assessment context. These are just people who are genuinely excited about this work, and that is just amazing to work with. That is just fantastic. So you've been a great gift to me too. So are there no other questions? We can move. I mean, you guys want to stay here? We can, yeah.
Not a question, but just a confirmation. As an alumna down the line, almost 10 years, I can really confirm that the relationship that you make during the LLM stayed with you, not just as friends. You know, 10 years down the line, some of my best friends are the people that I met through the LLM. Even if they moved back to their home countries, we still get in contact. We all went to each other's weddings.
Oh, so good. Wait, I didn't get an invite. What's going on?
The next one will be about.
Okay. Oh, you're going to get married again.
The next member of the
Okay. Okay.
But also professionally speaking, even if not all of us ended up going into fashion, it's, you know, you have contacts that you end up meeting at some points on the line, or if you need a contact in a certain country, you have somebody, somebody that can direct you to somebody else. So very, very valuable real life relationship and networks that have come via the LLM, but not just with with my fellow former students, but also with the PhD students or the professor, our ATAs, everybody. I think Queen Mary is also very well known in the IT industry. So it's really good as well.
Yeah, sorry, I've got this again. I've actually got a question here from the chat. So Winnet has asked, how were your experiences navigating the intersection of fashion and law in your studies?
I can go first. Very interesting question. I think most of the time what you're doing in the context of the LM is generally talking about fashion, and specifically about the cases where law is most important, which is a very hard perspective to get in other circumstances, because you will hear about fashion, you will hear about law, but those intersections are very hard to find. And when they are there, it's something that's not as much talked about. From a personal perspective, it's always kind of tricky to look into fashion law because there are many papers on the matter, but again, there's very specific topics in those discussions that you have to really find to be able to delve into. The Fashion LM kind of does it for you, so that's nice. But from a personal perspective, yeah, of course, it's kind of tricky to do that. If you like fashion and you like law, you know what to do.
also think it's way more interdisciplinary in the sense that you can apply the law to things that you probably didn't expect it to. Coming from a background that wasn't very fashion oriented, I am definitely now sure of how much actually goes into the legalities of just a billboard and all of that. So I think it'll become more applicable once you start learning and connect the dots, for sure.
There is another question, and what I would do, so Sadia, I hope you can hear me, but so there's a student here doing a PhD on IP and AI and luxury brands. Would anyone be interested to connect on LinkedIn with me for potential interviews? I would recommend that you join the CCLS Fashion Law group on LinkedIn and put your notice up, or you can email cclsfashion@qmul.ac.uk and send the information, and then I can circulate it. So any other questions from the floor? How about questions from you? Do you have any questions? I mean, so I guess one thing I was thinking of was how important do you think that the sort of networking is in part of what you do, like the events and so forth, and that kind of activity, the additional activities, so things like the research assistant positions and so on. How important is that? And Q Legal is probably part of that environment as well. How important is that in kind of also building confidence as well, I guess? I don't know. Oh.
I mean, I think especially in fashion law, it's really relevant because, I mean, I don't know, I think you can probably find thousands of M&A lawyers on LinkedIn, but it's way more niche to find somebody who works in fashion law or adjacent to that. So I think it's great that we have the networking events, or like the Fireside Chat for Careers in Fashion Law, to meet people, connect. So I found it very helpful.
And the mentoring experience, is that part of that? Like, how helpful has that been? Like, I know you've used your mentors for different things. So some of you have had CV advice, some of you have had like a coffee chat.
I think the mentors, like the whole mentor program, is a wonderful opportunity because it just teaches you to be open and talk to people, because some of us are quite shy or not used to the networking. So I think networking as well is something you really have to learn. Just standing next to a person and waiting for the right moment can be so intimidating for a lot of us. And so I have basically no experience in networking before this LLM, and I would say I'm not a pro yet, but I'm definitely getting better at it. And just like
it is hard though.
Yeah,
it's
really
really hard.
Just
networking is hard.
There.
I think the beauty of the mentor scheme also is you kind of have somebody also advocating on your behalf, which is nice, and who can put you in the right place and introduce you to the right person and things like that. So I mean, if we have no further questions, I can just make my closing remarks. First of all, I just want to thank the student panel. It's been just such a great moment to have our first student panel. As you can see, they're a fantastic bunch, and the critical thinking, like Hugo said, I mean, I've been really impressed with the sorts of discussions we've been having. It's been a genuine joy. And I like the fact that, Lena, you said something fun. I like that because you should do what you enjoy. You shouldn't be bound down by what you think people are expecting you to do, or what anyone, sort of unshackle yourself. The best thing you can do for yourself is to have fun at what you're doing. I'm going to say be curious again, but to think creatively, and to the importance of play in being creative and being enthusiastic and in building that confidence. I think it's a massive part. You should enjoy what you're doing, and I hope you've enjoyed it, because I've loved every minute of it, and I am going to wish you all the best for the upcoming season. Before we see you all back for the final semester and the big party. I want to thank everybody here today for being here. It's been a fantastic day. I want to thank Khan for all her help. Khan's my PhD student. She doesn't do fashion, but she does do film, so she's fashion adjacent. I want to thank Mark, who's my former PhD, is now a lecturer here at Queen Mary, who did do fashion PhD. And Trupti, who is another one of my PhDs, who's just arrived, but still, she's here for the support, and doing a PhD in classical dance, so in Indian classical dance. So, and also, it's been amazing to have the alumni back. So Christiana, Federica, there's been a bunch of alumni here, and that's really a lovely thing, because that community that you build when you're here, you can see the living proof that it continues. So I just want to thank you all for being here today. I hope you've had a great day. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've found all the information that you need. But please do connect with me if you want to ask more questions, or email me. And let's go upstairs for some well-earned drinks.